Now in session. Honorable Judge Samantha Ward presiding.
Hi. How are y'all?
Evelyn.
Okay. All right. Are you here all week or?
I think I'm here all week.
Okay.
We'll just see what Danny says, but I think so, if you don't mind.
Okie doke. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we're speaking of the 15th juror.
Yeah.
I think we're, as discussed Friday, is okay. Do you agree? Yes.
So go ahead and let him go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to just bring that one out?
Let me just, yeah, I'm just going to go back there and tell him. All right.
Okay. James? You did.
All right, I did give him the option of staying or going, and he chose to go, so. Mr. Roach. All right, how about the state's exhibit list, the evidence list? Can we discuss that? I'm just going to go through and see what we can admit now and what needs to wait till the proper channels or witnesses or whatever from your record preservation standpoint. Number 1, 911 call.
No objection.
All right. 2, body worn camera of Rainey, R-A-N-N-E-Y.
When it comes to item number 2 through 5, the body-worn cameras from Rainey, White, Rahman, and Jones, the only objection is to preserve the motion to suppress, and that will be that there was no Miranda and he was being questioned and in custody.
All right.
Otherwise, I'm okay with the substance of it and all that and the body cams. I'll also need to apply that technically to their testimony as well.
All right. Then as to 2, 3, 4, and 5, those will be admitted over defense objection as it relates to the motion to suppress.
Thank you, Judge.
6, Ring video camera from Heritage Club Drive,
No objection.
admitted. 7,
Just real quick on that one, I apologize. I wrote Ring video camera, it's just a camera. It's not actually a Ring camera, but
Okay.
it's still a video camera with surveillance that was taken from that address.
all right, surveillance video. Thank you. 7, video from Evans.
No objection.
8, poll camera video, Fletcher Avenue,
No objection.
admitted. 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are shell casings.
No objection.
They'll all be received. 14, blankets and pillow,
No objection.
received. 15, wallet from master dresser drawer,
No objection.
received. 16, Glock 42 pistol from dresser drawer.
The sole objection to 16 would be that it is a potential fruit of the poisonous tree from the statements. So for that reason alone, I object.
All right, that'll be admitted over objection related to the motion to suppress.
Thank you.
17 and 18 projectiles,
No objection.
received. 19 and 20 projectiles, received. 21, cell site map,
No objection.
received. 22A through, what's that supposed to be?
Judge, we didn't complete that one yet because there's some photos that are part of what's the motion in limine from the defense that we haven't addressed yet. So I
All
don't
right.
really have them labeled yet because I don't know what's going to be omitted from those photos.
All right. 23A through J,
No objection.
received. 24A through LL, double L,
No objection.
received. 25, crime scene diagram,
No objection.
received. 26A and B, aerial map,
No objection.
received. 27A through D,
No objection.
received. 28A through E,
No objection.
received. All right, and so there is a motion in limine outstanding.
There are 2, the state has 1, and I have 1.
All right, I have the state's motion for order in limine regarding 1, 2, and 3.
There'll be no objection from the defense with all 3.
All right, then that's granted by stipulation of the parties. And then
I had sent mine early last week, and then it got amended due to a typo.
no, see, do you see something? A defense motion?
Yes, I did. It was early last week, and it was around the time I filed my trial and witness list for trial.
We received it, Judge.
Yeah, thank you. No, you pick on the phone. Actually, she can have more.
I see the states, but I don't see.
I have a dated 2/18 of 25. Email the judge with motion and limine amended.
All right, do you have a copy
I do,
by
Judge.
chance?
I don't see.
Something has happened, it's not an
It's
Odyssey.
not even, I don't see it in Odyssey.
Thank you. All right. Then let's just go one by one. Evidence or testimony regarding DV incidents between the defendant and Shirley Bass.
No objection, Your Honor.
One will be granted. 2, evidence or testimony regarding termination of parental rights of defendant or Shirley Bass.
Judge, we don't have an objection to that.
Granted. 3, DCF involvement with the defendant or Shirley Bass.
Again, we don't have any objection to that.
Granted. Testimony by law enforcement, defendant invoked his rights.
No objection, Judge.
Granted. 5, Hellcat firearm previously owned by the Basses.
I don't have an objection to that.
Granted. 6,
Judge, that one's kind of difficult for me. I don't really have an objection in the sense that I'm not going to ask the officers, did he, run out of ammo? But I am going to point out to the fact and argue in closing that there is no more .380 ammo, that this was all there was, that there was no other ammunition that would fit that firearm, and everything, but he could not have fired that firearm anymore after he fired those 5 shots. So I intend to argue that. I don't intend to elicit any sort of opinion testimony from the detective or anybody else that he ran out of ammo or he would have kept firing or anything like that.
is that your concern?
My only concern was, in fact, yes, them giving their opinion, and I understand Mr. Cherry can argue anything in closing, that's not the issue, that he ran out of ammo because there wasn't any more. I will note a correction to the statement. I do believe there is an entire box of .380 ammo that is located in Mrs. Bass's purse in the kids' room, in the kids' closet.
All right.
Just to correct that point. However, yeah, that's the only thing. We just don't want to say, oh, we think you ran out of ammo, or that's all we're concerned
All right.
All right, and I'll look into that, Judge. I didn't realize, I thought we had gone through and I didn't see any .380 ammo, but maybe there's something.
All right. Then that's really granted in the way that it's presented in the motion.
Yeah.
All right. Testimony from H7. Shooting was not accidental, giving their opinion about the number of gunshot wounds and its effect on premeditation.
Yeah, their opinion testimony, Judge, I'm not going to listen.
All right, that's
Yeah, I don't
granted.
have a problem if they say they saw what appeared to be gunshot wounds. It was and its effect on premeditation.
8, no objection.
That's the,
That's the medical
Sex.
examiner?
Yes.
And actually, when I typed this up, it was Dr. McGowan. It has been changed to Dr. O'Reilly, but it applies to either one.
All right,
yeah,
then that's,
in fact, I've advised the doctor not to even mention the sex
Okay.
assault kit, even
Thank you.
though it's done typically, but I indicated to Ms. Schlemmer, if for some reason he mentions it or whatever, we've agreed that she can call Detective Gabo to basically say that that's a very standard thing. There was no reason for it other than it's just kind of standard.
all right, then that's granted. And 9,
This is the one I think
Yes.
we're objecting to, Judge. This is
Okay.
the only one. This is, throughout this house, there is a large number of ammunition found in various places throughout the house, mostly in the master bedroom though. Most of them do not, they're 9mm, they don't fit this firearm, but they are relevant, in my opinion, to show and explain to the jury this man had guns, he knows how to use guns, he had ammunition, because one of the allegations, or at least the defense initially, is that this is an accidental discharge. And the fact that he has so much ammunition from different types of firearms, in my opinion, would be something we could argue in closing to suggest that he definitely understood firearms, clearly has had other firearms with other types of ammunition, and therefore he should have the ability, he knows how to clean or pull out a magazine out of a firearm without discharging it.
are there other types of guns as well, or just
No,
the
he had,
ammunition?
Apparently they were in financial distress around that time period, and he had pawned all his other firearms. So he had no other firearms in the house, but he did have ammunition for other firearms in the house.
And a lot of loose cases.
All
And
right.
a lot of loose casings
Spent
scattered
casings.
throughout. Not spent casings, well,
Yeah,
there
they're all
were some
spent.
spent,
Yeah, they're spent.
but there were also some bullets in the,
All right. And what says the defense?
Yes, Judge, as I put in my motion, this only applies to the master bedroom. The gun, obviously, and anything related that can fit in that gun. Most of the stuff that is located is found in an Adidas bag, it's found in a backpack. There's one live round, I believe, a 9mm, that's right on top of the dresser. We just don't think they're relevant. Nothing that is in that bedroom, other than that firearm, had any involvement or could even be used in this case. A lot of it was spent casings, potentially, I guess, from Mr. and Mrs. Bass going to the gun range. You can see 9mm TUMO spent casings, NFCR spent casings. We had an ammo box of 9mm, the Luger live round on the top, and then some 9mm Luger live rounds in the dresser. None of those, a 9mm ammo cannot fit in a .380. So we just believe it's all irrelevant, it's going to confuse the jury, and nothing in that paragraph at all has any connection to the .380. So, and this motion is specifically limited to the master bedroom.
Doesn't he make a statement that it's accidental or something?
Yes, Judge, he does.
He also has a concealed weapons permit that is in his wallet that's coming into evidence.
All right, then number 9 is denied. But with the caveat that there's no argument that he is some dangerous person because of the amount of ammunition and the types of ammunition that are found there. It's limited to what you've indicated to this court, that it goes...
It will only be limited to rebut the defense of an accident.
Correct. All right.
Judge, one thing I want to caveat, and I want to ask for a court ruling. I've already advised Mr. Terry of this. When Deputy Rainey testifies, and it's also clearly on his body cam, he exits back out of the residence at one point after he has only asked Mr. Bass what happened, and Mr. Bass says accidental discharge. After he steps out on his radio, he clearly says, house is clear, nobody else is in the house, and there's a second victim upstairs. He then walks back inside the house and he gets into very detailed questioning. How did it happen? Who, where was everybody, all that. Obviously, we feel very strongly the motion to suppress should have been granted because Deputy Rainey specifically testified under oath in his depot at that point with those two things that he's saying before it even happens, he was definitely not free to leave. The court denied it. All due respect to Judge Fernandez, I'm not re-arguing here at this point, obviously, but I do think I want to just bring one or two questions in about that because it goes to the jury instruction about defendant's statements. However, I don't want to open the door to him later invoking because later on, when they do read Miranda, which we feel was way too late, he does invoke. They continue to ask him a couple of questions. Judge Fernandez did clearly throw those out. So what I wanted to ask Rainey clearly was, like on your body cam, we hear you say the house is clear and there's two victims. And you can clearly hear the other officers also before any of the questioning. I just want to say at that point, he is not free to leave. And you are questioning him. And at that point, no Miranda's being read. That would be the extent of it. But I'm afraid I don't want to open the door to the invocation.
Yeah. Judge and I, we would object to that. I mean, it was sufficiently litigated in the motion to suppress. I believe the record has been preserved in that. All of what she's testified to, he testified to in the motion to suppress.
He didn't testify.
No, he didn't.
Well, she relied on the body cams
Yes.
and the depositions of Rahman and Rainey. I just want to clarify, John. I didn't mean to correct you.
But it's we don't think that. I believe that will potentially create an issue, potentially open a door for Miranda. I have not advised Deputy Rainey about this at all yet. Clearly that's a concern because he may not understand what's being asked. So I just think it touches too closely on Miranda, and I don't think the jury needs to be involved in that at all. That was already litigated and decided, and Judge Fernandez decided that all these statements are admissible. They do come in, that he was not required to read a Miranda until he actually did. So I don't believe that bringing it out in the trial would serve any purpose. The record's been sufficiently preserved for the appellate purposes. After this trial, they clearly have it all laid out.
My only concern, Judge, is of course the jury instruction on statements. And again, I definitely want to limit it because I do not want to go open the door.
All right, I'm just going to see what the body cam says. first, so approach the bench before you ask that
Very
question.
good. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
And if you could just address with the jury publicity,
Sure.
and we would invoke the rule.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Ready, ma'am?
Yeah.
Edwards James, you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, when the jury comes in, the first thing the judge is going to do is read them instructions. During that period, there's no in and out. Just stay seated. Flip your switches, ma'am.
Oh.
And Judge, just so and this doesn't need to be on the record, just so your Honor's aware, I have been working on the jury instruction. I spent about 2 hours yesterday working on them.
Okay.
It's very complicated, but I'm getting close to the end. I told the defense I plan to finish it up this evening and send it to them, and I'll send a copy to the court.
All right.
But it's a complicated one, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of adjustments. But
All right. No problem.
Thank you.
And as the stated, are there no witnesses in the courtroom?
No, I'm
Okay.
totally.
Thank you so much.
And did you send me a witness list too?
We did, Judge. We filed it with the court.
I know, but can you send me a Word
Yeah, I will let my secretary know.
version?
Um,
Because I just type into it as my notes, so it's just easier.
How would Your Honor like me to handle the testimony and the body cams of 2 through 5 in terms of renewal when each witness enters? Just renew at that time, or I just want to make sure the record's preserved?
Sure.
Just do that?
Yeah, whatever you feel necessary, but I'll treat it as a standing objection, so.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
make sure. Thank you, Judge.
Approach
Judge,
the,
I'll provide,
approach
Your
the
Honor.
bench for me, actually.
Oh, and Judge, one other thing. Advisor, she needed to leave, so but it's up to you, Your Honor. But she asked me to ask you, and so I said I would ask the judge, but based on what I'm seeing, I don't know that we have a legal argument to keep you here. But I just thought I'd bring that to the court's attention.
Is she going to be released from her subpoena?
No, I just,
Yeah.
but I just let her know that, you know, because they saw her here and they were objecting to her watching the trial because she, you know, is testifying, so I said, okay, I will talk to you.
Well, if she's under subpoena then, and she's not legally, doesn't have parental rights, then I'm not going to exclude her from the rule of sequestration.
Okay, I just wanted to, I promised her I would ask Your
Okay.
Honor first.
All right.
So, okay.
Thank you.
But she's still a witness, though.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm not excluding her from the rule of sequestration.
So she's going to be allowed to sit?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Judge. I misunderstood that.
Ready, ma'am?
Yes.
All rise.
seat. Good morning. How are you? Great. Welcome back, everyone. I see you're all jacketed and sweatered up. You took my warning literally. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case, inadvertently or otherwise, either that you recall now and didn't talk about on Friday or over the weekend? And that means no media coverage, no one's heard any of the media coverage or anything like that. All right, great. So I have a few preliminary instructions to read you before we get started. I'm going to ask that you pay attention to these. Many of these instructions you might have heard before. As you know, you've been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Jermaine Bass. And this is a criminal case, and Mr. Bass is charged with first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and 2 counts of aggravated child abuse that occurred during the commission of an aggravated battery. The definition or the elements of those criminal offenses will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your responsibility as a juror to determine what the true facts of this case are. Thus, your job and my job are very different in this regard, and this is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. So let me explain briefly how the trial will be conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers have an opportunity, if they wish to do so, to make opening statements to you. Now, lawyers are not witnesses, so what they say is not testimonial evidence like witness testimony would be, but opening statements are intended to tell you what they think the facts of the case will be during the course of the trial. After opening statements, witnesses will be called, they'll be examined and cross-examined by the lawyers. Documents and other items of physical evidence will also be introduced into evidence. After all evidence has been presented, I'll have the opportunity to instruct you on the law. You'll each have your own written set of jury instructions or the law, so it's not a civics exam. You don't have to memorize anything. That'll be for your use during the course of closing arguments. Then the lawyers will give closing arguments to you, and then you'll retire to begin your deliberations. I'll just remind you, you should not form any definite, fixed, or final opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. During the course of the trial, the state generally goes first in its presentation of evidence, in its examination of witnesses, etc. But please don't come to any definite, fixed, or final opinions until the conclusion of the trial, after you have ability to evaluate all of the evidence and the cross-examination and other evidence that's presented. You should not form, you're not to communication rules. We talked a little bit about on Friday as well. I just want to reiterate, you're not to communicate with anyone, including family or friends or your fellow jurors, about this case or the people and places involved in this case. And just as you may not communicate verbally, that also means any other types of electronic communication, like tweeting or texting or posting on the Facebook or Instagram or whatever all of those programs are that you can do. No doing any independent research of your own, no going by any of the scenes that are described during the course of the trial, or Googling anything about this case, the people and places involved in this case, the law related to this case, or quite frankly, anything going on about what's happening here in the courtroom. During the trial, we will take recesses. You'll be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs as you have this past weekend. Obviously, all of these communication rules apply during those deliberations. I'll just remind you, while you're here at the courthouse, keep your juror buttons on while you're here. We share common hallways, elevators, entrances with witnesses and family members and other people that might have an interest in this case. So just don't put yourself in the position where you're overhearing people having discussions about this case. And of course, if anyone were to try to come up to you to have a discussion about this case, please remind them that you're on the jury and let one of our bailiffs know so they can advise me. Your cell phones, computers, tablets, other types of electronic devices should be turned off while you're here in the courtroom. And I always say off means really off, not on vibrate, so when it goes off, it still annoys the person sitting next to you. And again, the reason for this is that everyone needs to have and pay 100% attention when your witnesses are testifying and other things are happening in the courtroom. So just don't let your electronic devices be a distraction for your neighbor. Of course, you cannot take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of these proceedings or of your fellow jurors. I'll just remind you, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is never permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant chose or did not choose to testify at trial cannot affect your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys here are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, so it's their duty and obligation to make legal objections that they believe are proper. How that works is, if an objection is made to a question that's asked, if I sustain the objection, that means the witness will not be allowed to answer that question. You shouldn't try to speculate on what the witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer the question, or speculate about why I'm not letting you hear the answer. It's a legal determination that I've made that it's not appropriate for you to hear. If I overrule the objection, that means the witness will be allowed to answer the question, but you shouldn't hold it against the lawyers or the parties for making objections. As I said, they're doing what they believe are legally proper to preserve the record in the case. Bench conferences. During the trial, it might be necessary, as you saw us do on Friday a couple of times, to talk about matters that are not appropriate for you to hear. We try to do that as seldom as possible. We try to do it up here at the bench in a little bench conference, but the purpose of a bench conference is that you not hear what we're discussing. We are electronically enhanced, and there's speakers above your jury box. So if you are overhearing what's happening up here, there'll always be a bailiff close to you by that door. Let him or her know so that we can adjust our volume up here. Note taking. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you're welcome to. Of course, you are not required to take notes. A few things about note taking for your convenience. I think I see some of them on your laps. We have a plastic sort of container with a notepad and a writing utensil of some sort in there if you'd like to use them. First, please don't become so consumed with taking notes that you forget to listen to the next question or answer that's coming along after that. Sometimes when we're furiously writing, we kind of tune out what's happening, so be careful about that. Secondly, if one of you is a way better note taker than everyone else, that does not mean he or she becomes the official court reporter once you get into the jury room. Sometimes people jot things down wrong, so just because it's in the notes of one of your peers, if you have a different memory, I'm going to ask you to rely on your own independent memories. That's why you've been individually chosen as jurors in the first place. Additionally, rest assured that the notes are for your use and your use alone. The bailiffs keep them secured while you're not using them. They do not become a part of this record. The lawyers do not read them. I do not read them. I'm actually required by law to shred them at the conclusion of the trial. So just rest assured that they're your private notes for your use. As I said, we will take recesses during the course of the trial. Sometimes my idea of when a recess should occur might vary from when your idea of a recess should occur. So if that happens, try to get the attention of one of the bailiffs sitting next to me so he or she can know, or try to let me know to take a recess when appropriate. Again, this is a serious matter. There's a lot of information coming at you, and the average attention span of a human being is something like 15 minutes, and we don't take breaks every 15 minutes. So if you just need a comfort break or just a break to get out of the courtroom and get out of the intensity of what's happening here and just need a break of that sort, please feel free to let us know that. You're not interrupting the proceedings. You're not doing anything wrong. It's not as formal as it appears on TV. We'd all rather have you comfortable and attentive rather than uncomfortable or needing to get out of here and feeling like you're not being able to. Additionally, I have jurors ask all the time, can we ask questions as jurors of the witnesses? That answer is no. The state has the burden of proof, so the questions that are required to be asked need to come from the state, and we don't allow jurors to assist in that endeavor. However, if it's something that you just missed, like you didn't hear it the first time around, or the witnesses are mumbling and the volume is bad, or something like that, please feel free to wave your hand and just shout out, repeat that, or say that again, or get the bailiff to let us know that you just need something repeated. In ordinary life, we are able to turn to our friend and say, hey, did that witness say blue or green? But I've told you cannot do that. So it's important that you get it the first time around. So if you just miss something because of the activities in the courtroom and you just need something repeated, please feel free to interrupt us to do that. So I think that's it from me. Any logistical questions before we get started? Everybody good to go? All right. Stay prepared to make an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
The gun discharged. It was an accidental discharge. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. They was both in bed. I was in their room. Where was your wife? She was in her room. Those are the words, ladies and gentlemen, of that man seated right over there, Jermaine Bass. Those were the words he told those deputies when they arrived and found these children shot in the head. That was his explanation to them of why 2 children were shot in the head. Accident discharge. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. That was his explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this was no accident. This was not an accident. You're also going to hear, he will tell them where the gun is. In the dresser, upstairs, the silver dresser. You're going to hear him tell them. And sure enough, they go there, they find that gun. And ladies and gentlemen, that gun is the murder weapon. That is the gun that fired the bullets into Jayla Bass and killed her. And the evidence is going to show that. He told them right where that gun was. Right next to his wallet. You will not only hear these things, you will see him say these things to the deputies when they arrive on scene. You're going to hear from some of the responding deputies that arrived. These deputies wear what are called body-worn cameras. These cameras capture interactions with citizens, interactions during events. They come on generally when they're responding to a scene. They're not on all the time, but they come on when they're responding to a scene. And these came on for some of these deputies. So you are going to see Jermaine Bass that night. You're going to hear his explanation to the deputies of how both his children ended up shot in the head. What you will not hear from him are any questions about how is his daughter doing? How is his son doing?
Objection. Improper argument.
Sustained.
You will never hear him say it was anyone else other than it was an accidental discharge while I was taking out the magazine. That's what you will hear. But the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, this was no accidental discharge. 5 shots from that Glock. 4 hit their target. 3 of them went into the head of Jayla Bass, his daughter, his 5-year-old daughter, as she lay in the bed right next to her brother, who was also shot in the head, in the temple. These were aimed, they were precise, they were targeted right to the most crucial part of the body, the head. 5 shots, 4 in the head. That's what the evidence is going to show you, ladies and gentlemen. On August 29th of 2022, this defendant right here walked into that bedroom where these 2 little children were laying in their bed, and he shot 5 times into their heads. why this man would take the life of his 5-year-old daughter, Jayla Bass, and attempt to take the life of his 8-year-old son, Jermaine Bass, we may not know. We may never know. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you during voir dire that we don't have to prove motive. But ladies and gentlemen, you will hear some evidence. You will hear some evidence that something was not right in the Bass household. Something was not going right there. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you that this house involved Jermaine Bass, who lived there with his wife, Shirley Bass, and their daughter, Jayla, and the son, Jermaine, as well. And it might get a little confusing, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to probably call the son JJ. That's kind of the nickname they gave him, because both the son and father are both named Jermaine Bass, and there's no like junior or anything like that. So if you hear me from time to time use the word JJ, I'm referring to the son. So on this date, on August 29th of 2022, you're going to hear that Shirley Bass, the wife, went by herself to a birthday dinner for her sister. You're going to hear that that evening she left around 6 o'clock. She drove down, and where this happened is on Heritage Club. And I believe I told you about this during voir dire. This is an area up near USF. It's up near the Advent Hospital up there on Bruce B. Downs and Fletcher. Right kind of behind there, back in a little neighborhood there. And these are like townhomes that they lived in, okay? It's got an upstairs where the children's bedroom is, and there's a downstairs where it's kind of the kitchen and like a kind of a great room. And you're going to hear that she left at 6. In fact, you'll see video of her car, her white Mercedes, pulling out and heading towards Ruth's Chris Steakhouse down on West Shore. Okay, so she had to go all the way down Fletcher, get on 275, go all the way down to West Shore, if y'all are familiar with the area, and then go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, where she was meeting the family for a celebration dinner for her sister. You're going to hear from some people who were at that dinner, and they will tell you Shirley was happy, everything seemed fine. Shirley goes there that night with her niece, China Gadsden, and you're going to hear from China Gadsden as well. All right? She's going to tell you that they were having a wonderful time. As Shirley went, and they had dinner, and everyone was getting along very well. Jermaine was not there. He was supposed to be home taking care of the kids. But he was not home taking care of the kids. The evidence is going to show that he left those kids, drove all the way to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Basically followed Shirley Bass. Why? We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. But he did. The phone records will conclusively show that he left. We also have video of his Nissan truck pulling out and leaving that residence, not long after Shirley leaves. You're going to hear from China that when they were driving away, as they were leaving Ruth's Chris, there was this truck behind her that was really driving aggressively and scaring her. She didn't know what was going on. It's tailgating her. So just as she's pulling onto the on-ramp to get on the interstate, this truck is right on her tail, and she's scared. So she stops the car. This truck pulls around her and stops in front. And who gets out of that car? Jermaine Bass. Gets out of that car angry and goes up to the driver's door, thinking that it would be his wife in the driver's seat, but it was China. So he looks at his wife and says, "Are you drunk?" He then goes back into his car and drives away. Don't know why that was, but it's clear, ladies and gentlemen, there was some problems going on in that household. There is evidence to show that there was something going on in that household. And Jermaine Bass, the defendant here, was not happy about it. So you're going to hear that they drive home. Shirley drops off China at her house, which she lived up in that same sort of area. And she goes home. And you're going to see video from an apartment complex. And this video is part of it shows the parking lot area in front of the residence where Shirley and Jermaine lived. And you're going to see the defendant pull in this big truck, park the truck, go inside. few minutes later, you're going to see Shirley's car pull up. She's going to park the car, and then she goes in. Less than 8 minutes later, you're going to see Shirley Bass outside, looking for help, frantic. Shots had rang out. Just a few minutes from coming home from this dinner to celebrate her sister. Shots. Those are the shots that killed Jayla and seriously hurt Jermaine, JJ. You're going to see video of her out there walking around looking for help. You're going to hear from one of her neighbors, Daquan Evans, who's going to tell you that he heard these shots. It woke him up. So he walks outside and he sees Shirley Bass. And he's on the phone calling 911 and letting them know, I've heard shots in my neighborhood. And you're going to hear that 911 call. And you will hear Daquan Evans, and then you will hear Shirley get on that phone call. You're going to hear a woman who's frantic, hysterical. It's a very difficult, hard to understand conversation. But you're going to hear her screaming, my family, you need to get down here. I need help. And she's on that phone with 911. Is the defendant calling 911? No, but you're going to hear evidence that he called another number. After shooting these children, he calls another number, doesn't even call 911. So Shirley's out there, and you're going to hear the whole 911 call. It'll go into evidence. You will have it back there to listen to when you go back and deliberate later in this trial. And you're going to hear that around the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes to 2:40, something changes in Shirley Bass. And based on the video you're going to see of her out there on the phone when she's talking to 911, and at one point she starts jumping. But you're going to see that the door opens up to the house of Shirley and Jermaine, and she walks over there. And right about that time, you're going to hear Shirley Bass on that phone screaming at somebody, what the fuck is wrong with you? She's yelling at that man right there, Jermaine Bass. It may not be clear if she knows what he's done, but she knows he's done something. And she screams, what the fuck is wrong with you? She says it a couple of times. So you're going to hear that 911 call on that night. And then after that 911 call, the deputies arrive. And this is where you'll see what the deputies see when they get there. You're going to get to see it. Because this body-worn camera, it's going to take you into the house. It's going to take you into the apartment. And you're going to see how they walk in there. You're going to see Jermaine Bass holding JJ. And JJ's got a bullet hole to his head. He's still coherent. He's still alive. And he's in pain because he's saying, ow, my head. And Jermaine's just holding him. And they ask him, is there anyone else here? He says, no. So these deputies are clearing the house. And they do what they do when they come into a house and they don't know the situation. They want to make sure they know where everyone is. So they go and check out the rooms, make sure they clear the rooms. And they're going to tell you all about that. That's when they go upstairs and they go into the child's room. And suddenly one of them notices it's a little girl. And you're going to hear her. You're going to hear the moment you notice her. And you're going to hear him go, sweetie. And you will see from the body-worn camera, the deputy reach over to take her off that bed. And he will tell you how he takes her off the bed and brings her down, and they try to administer life-saving support for her, but it's too late. But you will see her position. You will see her curled in that bed with blood all around her. This is what those deputies saw on that day. So they take her out. They take Jermaine away. The ambulance arrives and they get him out of there. And then you're going to see the defendant calmly telling him those things that I told you. I was unloading the magazine and it went off. So at this point, they start to collect the physical evidence, and this is where you're going to see all the physical evidence that was collected in this case. You're going to see the shell casings, 5 shell casings that belong to a .380 Glock. All 5 shell casings were found on the bed, the bunk bed in the room. This is a bunk bed. 4 of the casings are found in the top bunk. 1 of the casings is found in the bottom bunk. So again, this is a crime scene. Children have been removed to hopefully save them. And now they are securing the crime scene and they're reviewing all the evidence. And this is what they find. They find damage hole to one of the walls where a bullet clearly went through. And you're going to see that it did go through and it goes into the bathroom and the adjoining bathroom and it goes through that bathroom and into the wall. And they're able to obtain that projectile. You're going to see pictures of the condition of the residence at that time. You're going to see pictures of a lot of blood. And I want to warn you that you will, okay? But it's important that you pay attention to those pictures and look at those pictures. You're going to hear from a DNA expert. The Glock is found exactly where the defendant said it would be, in the silver dresser, right next to his wallet. And that Glock is taken out. It's looked at. The magazine in it is now empty. There's no other ammunition in the Glock. And they take that Glock in, and it gets analyzed. The comparison is done with the shell casings, and yes, they match. Those shell casings found in the room were in fact fired from that firearm. And you're going to have a firearms expert who's going to testify to you and explain to you how they know that. You'll also hear that the gun was swabbed. And what that means is they take like a solution or water and they rub it on the gun at different areas to determine whether they can pick up any DNA. And you're going to hear that on the grip and trigger, it's combined, so we don't know if it's both or so. But on the grip / trigger, as well as on the base of the gun where the magazine is put in, they're able to obtain DNA. And the DNA does match, in fact, Jermaine Bass. But there's one other source of the DNA, and you're going to hear that it matches the son, JJ, the other Jermaine Bass. Now, I want you to listen to that expert, and she's going to testify to you, and she's also explained to you about transfer DNA and how that occurs. If you touch someone, and they're sweating, or their skin cells get on you, and then you touch an object, you can transfer that person's DNA. Any bodily fluid can transfer the DNA to that property. And you're going to hear from that DNA expert who's going to explain all that to you. You're also going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, from a lady by the name of Anna Cox, who's what's called a blood spatter expert or blood stain expert. She's going to tell you and talk to you about those pictures and the blood analysis that she shows. What she will tell you is that both of these children were shot right next to each other. That their heads literally had to be almost touching. You're going to hear about what's called blood spatter, but it's where when a person is shot, the blood, once a bullet enters, has to expel from the body. And when it does, it creates a pattern. She's going to explain all that to you. And you're going to hear that the only place that pattern appears is on that top bunk, on the corner, by the wall, and on the railing there. The DNA on that spot matches the DNA of Jayla Bass and JJ, Jermaine Bass. She's going to tell you they were right next to each other when they were shot. The last moments of Jayla's life was laying in that bed next to her big brother. You're going to hear about other blood. Their blood drips down from the bed to the lower bunk bed, creating other patterns. She's going to describe all that to you. Ladies and gentlemen, her father, the owner of that gun, wanted these deputies to believe this was an accident.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
That is what he told them. In those initial moments when the deputies arrive, that's what he tells them. This was an accident. An accidental discharge of 5 rounds. This isn't an automatic gun where you hold it down and it just fires repeatedly. You're going to hear from the firearms expert, every single one of those 5 shots had to pull that trigger. Every single one. It's not that if you hold it down it'll go off. You're going to hear from this firearms expert. This was no accident, ladies and gentlemen. Not even close. This was a deliberate, intentional, premeditated act to kill those 2 children. Done by that man right there, Jermaine Bass. The state has no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of first-degree murder, guilty as charged of aggravated child abuse, 2 counts, and guilty as charged of attempted first-degree murder. Thank you.
Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good morning. Jermaine Bass, my client, did not shoot his children. What happened on August 29, 2022 was tragic. And you're going to hear a lot of testimony about what happened on that day. And a lot we are not going to be in dispute about with the state. Where it happened, what time it happened, how many shots were fired, things of that nature. You're going to see that there's not a lot that we're going to be disputing about. But the most important part, we are. Who was responsible? Who fired the gun that injured Jayla and JJ Bass? You're going to hear the evidence because as the judge instructed you, what we say is not evidence. The evidence you're going to hear from the witness stand and from the exhibits in this case. And when you hear the evidence, pay close attention to the timeline of the events. When Shirley calls 911 and you're going to hear that call, she is not asking for police. She's asking for an ambulance. She's asking for medical help repeatedly, and you will hear it for yourself. Mr. Terry stood up here and said that he wants you to believe that it's an accident, but pay attention to what Shirley says as well about what happened. The 911 operator is continuously asking her, who fired the gun? Did somebody drive by? And pay attention to what her answers are close in time to the events. When police start their investigation, pay attention to who the police are able to talk to right away and who they have to wait to speak to. This story about Jermaine on the highway with China Gadsden and Shirley Bass doesn't come to police attention until over a year after the incident. Pay attention to who's cooperating. You'll hear from the lead detective in the case and the efforts that he made to speak to Jermaine, to JJ, and to speak to Shirley about what happened. You'll hear, obviously, that after this happened and JJ was injured, he was in the hospital for a while. And then they made efforts to speak to him once he was released. You'll hear from Detective Gabbott that Shirley was uncooperative when they tried to interview her son. That they were not able to investigate her phone because she never turned it over to law enforcement for them to look at any kind of communications that were happening that night. Shirley does not call 911 from her phone. She goes across, and the phone that she is using to dial 911 is Mr. Evans' phone, an across the street neighbor. You're going to hear that Detective Gabot had difficulty reaching out to Shirley, that they made efforts to interview JJ at the Mary Lee house. And the Mary Lee house is a location where law enforcement routinely interviews children because they're treated differently than an adult witness. And you'll hear that the first time they set it up, Shirley came, but then refused to let the interview happen. Then they tried again that afternoon, and you'll hear that JJ was disruptive, that he refused, that he walked away, and he didn't talk to them. They tried to set it up again on a later date, and he did not appear. Finally, detectives had to serve Shirley with an investigative subpoena. They tried to get her to cooperate voluntarily, but then they were trying to force it. An investigative subpoena is not an invitation, it's a demand. So she brings him in. And when they do, he says that he does not remember what happened on that night. And that's where we're left. You're not going to hear from JJ because the state and I, the defense, agree that if he was to come in, all he would say is that he doesn't remember what happened that night. So you're not going to hear from him. My client was cooperative with law enforcement. You're going to see how he brings his son down from the bedroom after his son is injured and is waiting downstairs while Shirley goes and calls 911 to get an ambulance to help him. He stays with his son. You'll see the interaction that he has with law enforcement. And pay attention to the evidence in the investigation that's done at the scene. As Mr. Terry told you, there's blood evidence at the scene. There's testing that's done. There's additional testing that is done because it's confusing. Children were moved. And so there's a question as to where things happen. And so the additional testing that was done in this case helps give you a clearer picture of what happened in that room. You'll see a purse that was found in the children's room that belonged to Shirley that has ammunition in it, and a holster, and a magazine. You'll also see an empty holster and a child's bassinet that's in the kid's bedroom, along with a little plate that has some eaten food on it. Pay attention to the inconsistencies in the testimony and the evidence. Listen not only to the answers that the witnesses say when the state asks questions, but also when we ask questions. There'll be different versions told by the witnesses and the evidence in the case. Listen with a critical ear. Use your discernment and your common sense in this case. Pay attention to where everyone is when shots are fired, what they saw and what they heard. The gun that was recovered in the master bedroom and the dresser, the testing that was done on the scene. And as the state told you, you're going to hear that not only was Jermaine, my client's DNA on the gun, but JJ's gun. And pay attention to why that area is swabbed. There's different areas that are swabbed, and the grip and the trigger are swabbed to determine who's handling the gun. That's why those areas are swabbed. And JJ's DNA is on that gun. In the end, you're going to have more questions in this case than answers. The state is going to try very hard, as you heard in opening statement, to try to convince you that my client shot his children that night. What they say is not evidence in the case or the true facts. The evidence comes from the witnesses, and you all were selected to determine what the true facts are in this case. Your job is the toughest job in this room. You have to determine what happened on a day that you were not there with people that you do not know. And it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be emotional testimony, but you were picked for a reason. You agreed not to base your decision on sympathy or bias. You agreed to hold the state to their burden in this case. And you agreed to presume my client innocent. As difficult as it might be, that is your job as a juror. What happened on that day is very tragic and sad, but my client did not shoot his children. You will understand why he said what he said to police. At the end of the case, after listening to all the evidence and the law, you will agree and find Jermaine Bass not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. The state can call your first witness.
State will call Rebecca McLemmon.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Step to step.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm Rebecca McLemmon, MacLeman, and I'm the 911 records custodian for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you, McLemmon. Ms. McLemmon, I was just about to ask you what you do, and what are the jobs and duties of a records custodian of 911 at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I save all calls as requested.
Okay. And is that part of your regular course of business, what you do is routinely?
It is.
Okay. And explain to the jury, if you can, how these 911 calls are recorded, how they come in, and all of that.
They're recorded automatically from the time that the call is answered and then end when the call is disconnected. In that call, we get all kinds of information: date, time, call taker, location, phone number, address, and any other information that we may gain from that.
All right. Now, you're not the one who's answering these phones. You're just in charge of recording them, correct?
Now, yes.
Now, okay, but there was a time when you did that?
Yes.
Of course. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And was that recording regularly kept in the course of business at your work?
It was.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1 for identification. You recognize that?
I do.
All right. And is this an actual recording you listened to?
It is.
And is this a true, in fact, recording of the 911 call that was taken on that day, August 29th of 2022?
It is.
All right. Judge, move to publish this at this time?
Sure.
You should move them. That's right. That's right there. Remember now. says it's playing. Don't hear it. Played it earlier.
You gotta project it up.
I'll project it out.
Okay, do you know what area it's coming from? Like, is it coming from 137, 40?
Monday, August 29, 2022, 22:33 and 42 seconds.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical?
Hey, how you doing? It's an emergency. I heard some gunshots in my neighborhood.
Okay, let's see.
13915, American Heritage Club Drive, Hampton, Florida.
This is a house, a home, or apartment?
An apartment I heard outside.
Okay, how many shots did you hear?
I heard a couple, but the lady downstairs said something bad is happening. I don't know. I just heard gunshots. I did.
Okay, do you know what area it's coming from? Like, is it coming from 137, 42nd, any specific area?
No, just in the neighborhood.
Okay. How long ago did you hear 'em?
Just like 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Now, after you heard the shot, did you see or hear anything else suspicious? Somebody screaming, a car that sped off really quickly, anything like that?
Oh, yeah, she right here right now.
Okay. Do you want to put her on the phone?
One down the hall. Yeah.
Sheriff's office, can you tell me what happened? Okay, what happened? Yes, but I'm getting them on the phone, okay? What happened? Okay, hold on, ma'am, I can't understand a word you're saying because you're crying. Okay, ma'am, hold on. Take a deep breath. I can't understand you when you're crying like that. Take a deep breath. What happened?
Listen, I just need you to tell me whatever Panaga say. Just please.
What happened? I have to call it. What happened? Did somebody get shot?
Someone shot
Someone shot who? Yes, ma'am. Take a deep breath. Ma'am, listen. Stop. Ma'am. Stop talking and breathe. Just stop talking and breathe.
Sir, do you not fucking understand?
Yes, I understand, ma'am. I can't understand you.
In this house.
Okay.
You guys, I do not know what fucking happened. Okay, I can't.
All right, I'm getting you on the phone. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, what's going on? Where's the gun? Ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, stop yelling and talk to me. Who has the gun? Ma'am, the cops are already on the way. You need to answer my question. So who has the gun? Ma'am, stop yelling and talk to me. Who has the gun? Okay, where is he bleeding? Ma'am, the call's already in.
Now let me ask you, there's a pause right here. What is that?
She disconnected.
Okay. And then she calls back, or someone from that number calls back. Is that
Correct.
correct?
911, you need police, fire, or medical? Hello? Hello, ma'am. Okay, I have deputies on the way. Where is he shot at? Okay. Okay, the ambulance and cops are on the way. Where is he shot?
Oh my God, in his head. Can you fucking call?
Okay, who shot him in the head?
Oh my God.
Who shot him in the head, ma'am? Okay, nobody, was it a car that drove by?
No!
Okay, is this somebody you know? Somebody from the house?
Yeah, we was in the house. We was in the fucking gun house, and I found ran.
Where did he go?
He was supposed to be in bed, but he wasn't asleep.
Okay, the person with the gun, where is he at right now? Tell me. Ma'am, I have every deputy on the way right now. I need to know where the person with the gun is. Ma'am, stop yelling. Ma'am, what's the house number that he's at? I have a call in. 139 what? What is it, 13915? Okay. Ma'am, I'm trying to get the guy who did this, and I need to know where he is with the gun. Ma'am, they're coming. The police and the ambulance are on the way. Okay, well, they're coming. They're coming, license, sirens, emergency. So where's the guy with the gun? Ma'am, where's the subject with the gun? I got 2 deputies on Brewski Downs right now, so I need to know where the guy with the gun is. They're both coming. The police need to secure the scene so the EMS people are safe. I need to know where the guy with the gun is. Okay, the person with the gun, where is he?
And it cuts off there. Was that, who hung up there?
She did.
Okay. All right, Judge, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
All right.
Morning.
Very briefly. So this is 2 separate calls because you have the first call, there was a hang up, and then the person calls back. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Is she released?
Yes, sir.
Cheers.
All right. You could step down and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Say we'll call Daquan Evans.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm Daquan Evans. First name D-A-Q-U-A-N. Last name E-V-A-N-S.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Evans. If you could, where are you currently living?
I live in Ocala, Florida.
Back in 2022, in August of 2022, where were you living at that time?
I was staying off 13, well, I can't remember the name of it, but I was down here in school as a student athlete in some condominium apartments.
What school were you going to?
University of South Florida.
Right, and you were a student at, what were you playing?
Football.
All right. And what are you doing now?
I'm a mentor for Wake Up Mentoring based out of Orlando, Florida.
All right. Now going back to August 22nd August 29th of 2022, you were a student here at USF, and were you living in the Heritage Club apartments?
Yes, sir.
All right. On that particular night, did something happen?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you recall? When do you recall the first time knowing something was going on?
And I heard like 4 or 5 shots.
All right. Where were you when you heard those shots?
In my house, in my room.
All right. And you described 4 or 5. Is that how many you thought you heard?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do upon hearing those shots?
Like, back at home, I'm used to hearing those type of things going on, so I just reacted and made sure I was good in the house and just really stayed there until I heard, something else from my Ring camera. And I just went downstairs and I ran into a lady.
How long after you heard these shots did you hear this or see this lady?
On my Ring camera, probably like the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right. Could it have been quicker than that, or longer than that? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
All right. What did you do upon seeing this lady?
I went downstairs and she asked for help, basically for me to call, the officers. She asked for the address.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
All right. And were you in fact the person who called 911?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was your phone she was on during that conversation?
Yes, sir.
All right. How did she appear to you?
Like, shocked. Like she was lost her words a little bit.
All right. Now you mentioned the ring camera. So your building had a Ring camera at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Did you have a chance to look at this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is a video, in fact, from your Ring camera on that night?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this fairly and accurately depict kind of what happened in that moment when she was at your door?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge moved up State's Exhibit number 7 admitted into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the address here?
What's the 915?
So that's all the Ring camera was able to record on that particular moment?
Yes, sir.
And that woman out there, that's the woman who you gave the phone to when you were talking to 911?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you said on the 911 call that the shots were about 2 minutes before you called 911. Would that be about right?
Yes, sir.
After hearing those shots, calling 911 and seeing that lady out there, did you do anything else?
I went back to sleep.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to officers or detectives in the case?
That I can remember, I know a detective came back to my house, I think a couple of days later, and she got the Ring footage. That's
She
all.
got the Ring footage from you?
Yeah.
All right. Judge Birmingham, one moment.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you said you called 911 2 minutes after you hear these shots, or about that time.
Yes, sir.
Had you seen Shirley Williams before you called 911?
No, sir.
You called 911 first, and then you saw Miss Williams at the door, or how did the timing of it work?
No, after the Ring camera, then I called it for her.
Then you called?
Yeah.
So you'd seen her at the Ring door before, and then you called 911?
Yeah, when she asked.
Okay. And again, you described her as shocked?
Yeah.
All right. Was she be able to communicate with you?
A little bit. Just asked for me to call 911. That's all I can remember.
All right, Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Evans.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Evans.
Good morning.
Now, back in August of 2022, you were living at that Heritage Club Apartments.
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you lived there at that point?
Probably like a year.
Okay. And your schedule was pretty busy back then in the summer?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a situation where you would kind of hang out around the apartment or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
All of the places in that complex are all townhouses,
Yes, ma'am.
and you live there with a roommate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your roommate ever come out or do anything when this happened?
No, ma'am, he was asleep.
Okay, so you were asleep also when you did hear the shots?
Yeah, once I heard him, I woke up.
Okay, and you said that you came downstairs, so your bedroom, I assume, is upstairs?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And then you come downstairs and end up coming outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone come to your door, or was she there at your door as you were walking out?
Just soon I opened right there.
Okay. And the person that you saw that the state is describing as Shirley Williams, she wasn't someone that was known to you, right?
I don't know it at all.
Okay, so you didn't know that they lived across or anywhere that never had any contact with them?
No, ma'am.
The setup of the complex that you were at, your townhouse building, there would be like a couple of townhouses right next to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
And yours was, I believe, the second one or the first one?
Probably the second or third one, because it's in the middle.
Okay. And then there's like a walkway or a sidewalk, and then there's townhouses across from you, and you all face each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then if you were to come out of where your townhouse is and turn, that's the parking lot where you would be assigned a parking spot or whatever for your unit.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the parking spaces across from your parking space would be assigned to the units that are next to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And it almost forms like a T, right? Like you guys would be across from each other, and then there would be other townhouses that are kind of dead end from where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you kept going past your townhouse, there would be like a pool and other units that way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first came out, was there anyone else out there besides this woman?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you end up being the one that first calls 911.
Yes.
And then as you're talking to the operator on 911, you end up handing the phone over to the female who came to your door.
That I can remember, yes.
Okay. And you don't have any other contact other than maybe at some point getting your phone back?
That's all.
Okay. So you go back to sleep. You don't know anything else about what happened?
No, ma'am.
And as far as this person appearing to be in shock or anything like that, you don't know her, but that was kind of your first impression of her demeanor at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could have one moment.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Evans, just to clear something up, I misspoken. I called her Shirley Williams. Her name's Shirley Bass. Do you know Shirley Bass?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you saw that lady at your door, was that the first time you'd seen her?
Yes, sir.
All right. Had you ever spoken to her previous to that?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to her after that?
No, sir.
All right, so that was the only time that you had ever seen Miss Bass?
Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Scott Rainey. Judge, will we approach just for a second?
Sure.
Right here, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
You come this way.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Rainey, R-A-N-N-E-Y.
You have a first name?
Scott.
Judge, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to remove all objections as to this witness.
All right. Thank you. Same rulings.
Deputy, how are you currently employed?
At the District 1 office as a patrol deputy.
All right. And you work for the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working with Hillsborough County?
15 years.
All right. And what are your duties as a patrol deputy?
To answer calls when they come out, answer calls for service.
All right. And what was your position back on August the 29th of 2022?
I was an FTD,
And what does that mean?
a field training deputy that trains the new deputies as they come on.
All right. And who were you training at that time?
Deputy Rahman.
All right. And when you're training a deputy, do you work together with that deputy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you all ride in the same car?
Yes, sir.
And you go to the same scenes together?
Yes, sir.
And if he has questions, does he ask you what to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long had you been working with, who were you working with on that day? Who were you training?
Deputy Rahman.
All right. How long had you been training Deputy Rahman?
There's different phases. We were in 4th phase at that point, which is a 2-week period, and we were on the 1st week.
Okay. And once he's done with that phase, does he go out on his own at that point?
Yes.
All right. So he was nearing the completion of his training at that point.
Yes.
All right. Deputy, what zone were you working back on August 29th of 2022?
Alpha 4.
And where is that zone, if you can explain to the jury where Alpha 4 is?
Alpha 4 is from Nebraska to Del Mabry and from Fowler up to Bears.
Okay. Does the Heritage Club apartments, did they fall within your zone?
No.
Okay. Why did you respond to the Heritage Club apartments on that night? Or did you respond to the Heritage Club?
Yes, we responded because we were closer to the district that time, which is closer to where those apartments are. And because I had a recruit, that is a very good call for a recruit to go to.
Okay. So you can respond to other zones if there's an emergency and you need to go there?
Yes.
All right. And it happened to be that you were kind of close to that area at that time?
Correct.
All right. Where is this area, Heritage Club apartments located?
It's off of 37th Street.
I'm gonna. If you show me another time, I'll remember from you. Push that in. Send it. I got you. Okay. I'm showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 26A for identification, and I'm going to ask you to take a look behind you at the overhead at the video. All right. Do you see in there where Heritage Club Drive is, the location where this incident occurred?
Yes.
If you could, please, could you stand up and point to it and kind of describe it so it can be on the record?
Right here in this area.
Which is basically kind of the middle of the screen?
Correct.
And is there, and what's next to it? Is there like an identification tag? Or
As in the red
marker?
dot?
Yeah, red dot?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where the apartment was located that you went to on that day?
Correct.
And where is like Fletcher and Bruce B. Downs and USF and all that? Can you describe
Bruce B.
it?
Downs is over here, Fletcher is right along here, and this was the 37th Street I was talking about.
Okay. All right. And showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 26B that's previously been introduced into evidence. Is this the apartment complex we're talking about?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Back it up. All right. And can you tell kind of where you went on that particular day? Do I have it backwards, or how do I have it?
Can you spin it that way? Okay, yes, so this is again 37th Street right here.
Right.
And then when
On
you
the
come in-
left, on the left part
Yes.
of the,
On the left side right here.
thank you.
And then Fletcher would be down on the southern part, and Bruce B. Downs would be over on this side. He goes up and around.
All right. And where did you go in, and how did you enter into the scene?
We entered in on this right here, and then we went up, and into the actual apartment is up a little higher, up right here.
Okay. And you're pointing to the top part of the picture, to the building, like right in the middle of all those buildings.
Correct.
And that's the location of the apartment you all went to?
Yes,
on
sir.
On that particular evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can go ahead and sit down. What did you believe you were responding to? What was the call about?
The call just went out as a shooting call, but it didn't give a lot of details. It didn't say, who was a victim or anything. It just said somebody was shot.
All right. Were you one of the first units to arrive on scene?
Yes, sir. There was approximately 4 of us that got there close to the same time.
Who were the other deputies who responded at the same time?
Deputy Jones, Deputy Rahman with me, and Deputy White.
Okay. Describe to the jury what you saw as you were driving up to the scene, and as far as the outside of the apartment.
There wasn't a whole lot outside, just a lot of cars because it's an apartment complex. When we were going towards the apartment, getting close to the door, there was a female outside, and then we went past her and went on inside to the apartment.
Well, was the female saying anything? How was she behaving?
She was saying something. I wasn't close to her. There was another deputy, I believe it was Deputy Jones, was already talking to her when we got there, and we went around another way and went to the door.
All right. And did you in fact enter the scene?
Yes, sir.
What did you see when you went into the residence?
When I went in, you immediately went into like a kitchen area to the left. There was a TV on the left side and a couch on the right side, and there was a gentleman sitting there holding a juvenile in his arms.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
At that point, we went up to him to see what was going on, and you could see blood on the juvenile's head. So we were trying to figure out where the blood was coming on, figure out what was going on, and had my recruit go out, get a med bag, and start, treating him.
Okay. And did you speak with this man?
Yes.
All right. And what did he tell you happened?
He told me that there was an accidental discharge, and the gun went off and hit the child.
All right. Did you know about another child upstairs?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. When did you first hear about the other child upstairs?
When Deputy White came downstairs and said that there was another victim upstairs.
Had the defendant, Mr. Bass, ever said anything to you about this other victim upstairs?
No.
All right. Did you ever go upstairs?
At one point, I did go upstairs. I got up to the top of the stairs. I was able to see that there was enough deputies up there treating the other child, so I went right back downstairs.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury what a body-worn camera is, how it works.
So a body-worn camera is the camera for a normal call that you go to, you have to turn it on yourself, but anytime like we pull out our weapon, turn on your taser, turn your lights on your car, it automatically comes on, but we use it every single call we go to, we turn it on. And it records everything. It can see everything we see, it sees.
Are you in fact wearing a body-worn camera right now?
Yes.
Can you point it out and show it to the jury where it's located?
It's right here.
The record reflect he's standing up and identifying like a black box in the center of his chest.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit number 2. Did you in fact review this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this in fact a copy of the body-worn camera you were wearing on that day?
Yes.
All right. And does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'm going to publish it now.
the house, right?
Hey, can you two go to help him? Get clear up here. Take him to the hospital. Call the family.
All right, paramedics are coming right now.
Oh, please, now.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
The gun is
Okay. Somebody got a med bag. Get a med bag.
No. Please, hurry.
They're coming. 52 on EMS.
Hey, can you hear me? Please, hurry. They're here. They're coming.
Yeah, they already cleared upstairs. We cleared it upstairs.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't move.
Not yet. Hang in there, buddy. Come on, hang in there. He said it was an accidental discharge.
Thank you.
46 station number 1025 and the house is clear. Okay. On. Out 47, be advised, there's another gunshot victim upstairs. It's a juvenile female. Yes, 10-4. How did the accidental discharge happen? What happened?
It was going, I was...
From you or somebody else?
I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off.
Alright, we'll get it figured out. Just stay calm for now. What happened upstairs?
Nothing happened upstairs.
Hey, we still have to get some zero, so make sure you check that back.
Got you. Is she breathing?
She's breathing. Where's the doctor now? It's upstairs on the dress on top of it. On top of the dress. Where it should be on in the dresser, in that silver dresser. So the middle in the master bedroom. Yes.
You gotta go check it one second. Gotcha.
Okay. What's on upstairs?
Hey, what's upstairs?
It's worse upstairs.
Okay. Adult?
No, juvenile, female.
Okay. Take this one to the rescue. Two juvenile.
Stay right where you're at. Stand up for me real quick. I'm just gonna pat you down for weapons. Put your hands on your head. Just put them on your head. On your head. There you go. Turn around for me. You got nothing on you right now.
Got something on the side of the head.
Left side of his head. All right, have a seat. You're good.
Hey, guys, get up there. Coming down now. When you have 4 years old. Where at?
So you're saying That whatever happened to him, is that your son?
Both of those are my kids.
Both of those are your kids. So it accidentally discharged and hit your son. What happened to your daughter upstairs?
The same thing. They was both in the bed.
They were both in the bed together?
Yes. I think I ran somewhere.
You're saying both kids were in the bed together and you were in their
I
room?
was in there.
Out 47, the father's saying that he shot both of them with one round accidentally, the gun went off. So nobody else was in this house, just you and them?
Me, my wife.
And your wife? Where was she at?
She was in her room.
She was in her room?
I went to the window. I'm gonna be ready.
Yeah.
Deputy, was Mr. Bass eventually taken into custody at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Judge, I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Morning, Deputy Rainey, how are you?
Good, ma'am.
I only have a couple additional questions
Yes,
for you.
ma'am.
All right, so when you entered the home, you saw Mr. Bass sitting on the couch cradling his son, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you could see that his son, JJ, had been injured.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there was actual blood that was bleeding from JJ onto the father, Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout your contact with Mr. Bass, he was cooperative with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard on the body cam he was yelling such stuff as, "Just help my child." Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, you are talking to him, and he says something about the gun being on the dresser. But then later, do you recall he does in fact say on or in the silver dresser?
I remember him saying on the dresser. I think some other deputies were coming in and out and trying to say we still haven't found it yet, but I don't recall that part.
That's okay. So do you believe then that at some point that he says on, but then does say it's in the silver dresser?
It's a possibility, yes.
All right. Other deputies' body cams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's you, Deputy White is there, Deputy Jones, and you are training Deputy Rahman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He also indicates that his wife was there as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Judge, may we approach the bench?
Yes.
Deputy Rainey, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Rainey. I don't have any other questions for you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
All right, I'm going to ask you to step down and remain outside for just a couple minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a break.
All rise.
All right, have a seat. Do you want to bring him back in and go ahead and do those? All right, the record should reflect the jury is not present. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Just state your name again so we know who's testifying.
Deputy Scott Rainey.
Okay. Now, Deputy Rainey, when you arrived, your body cam started about 10:44. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you originally asked what happened, and Mr. Bass indicated the gun discharges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then, within the pretty much the same time limit at, let me step back, 5:37, you're stepping in and you asked, and he says gun discharges, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that. About 6:15 on the audio, a deputy is heard saying, "We got another one up here." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like it's pretty quickly on that you and other deputies determined that there is another victim upstairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at some point, I see you, I believe you to be walking outside, and you must be talking to, like, other deputies on your radio?
To dispatch.
Dispatch?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Is that, like, a separate from your body cam, or how do you do that?
That's connected to your radio, yes. So dispatch calls through, but the camera can hear and still everything that it's being said, yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, before you do that, Mr. Bass has only made the statement that the gun discharged, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, in fact, when you step outside, correct me if I'm wrong, I hear you say, the house is clear, and then you say, somebody says something, and then you're saying, yeah, we know about the second victim. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. At that point, at some point, when have you might be doing other stuff, you walk back in, and that's where you get more specific with Mr. Bass concerning, tell me more about this, who did it, how did it happen, where were you, where are the kids? Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified in a deposition, Mr. Thierry and I were present, and we asked you some questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review that before you testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You decided that at a certain point, Miranda needed to be read, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If jury's not here, we can talk about that. And you had, I believe, Deputy Rahman do that since he's in training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I had asked you in deposition what made you decide that point, And do you remember telling me, and is it your testimony today, that you were getting information that the house was clear and that you had determined or y'all knew there was a second victim? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you knew that, you knew the house was clear, and you knew that there was a second victim, that's afterwards when you walk back in and you have conversation more specifically with Mr. Bass for a little bit of time, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then at a later time, Deputy Rahman reads Miranda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, when you had stepped out, you knew the house was clear, and you had said, we could hear it, the house is clear, house is fine, there's a second victim upstairs. Is it not true that Mr. Bass was not free to leave at that point?
You could look at it that way, yes.
Okay. And in fact, do you remember testifying in deposition to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You remember being at the motion to suppress, where we all kind of agreed to the judge who had your deposition that you said when you had those 2 factors, you had not read Miranda and Mr. Bass was not free to leave, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're admitting you're asking him questions?
I don't remember asking any questions after he was
no.
read Miranda.
Yeah, no, sir. I'm talking about before. Sorry about that. You're asking him specific questions.
At that point, I didn't tell him he wasn't free to leave yet, no.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is, after you get the information that the house is clear and you get the information there's a second victim, you go back inside, you're asking him additional questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The questions as we've discussed, and it's at that point he said he basically did it, he was cleaning the gun, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. We're talking a little bit earlier. All right. May I have just a moment? Thank you so much, Deputy.
Did you want anything on the record from you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he released from his subpoena now?
He is not judge.
All right, you're to remain
He's
on
free to leave.
standby, but you can
Yes.
leave the courthouse.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, we'll be in recess.
Court's in recess.
Be seated. Call your next witness.
State Paul Deputy Adam Rahman.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deputy Rahman. That's Rahman.
First name?
Adam.
Good morning, Deputy Rahman. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to the Patrol Division, and I work in District 1.
All right. How long have you been working with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 4 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No, I did not.
All right. Back on August 29th of 2022, what were you doing at that time?
I was assigned to the Patrol Division that night, and I was completing just one of my normal 12-hour shifts.
Okay. What are your general duties as a patrol deputy?
We handle various calls for service, we conduct traffic stops, and we do proactive policing to deter crime.
Now, back on August 29th of 2022, how long had you been employed as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
I did approximately 1 year in the academy, and I was finishing up the FTO process, which is approximately 4 months.
All right, and what is that? So it's a 4-month process. During that time period, are you assigned to work with someone?
Yes, so I'm assigned to another deputy who's pretty much like he will train me per each shift, and I was finishing it up. I had 2 days left with him, and then I was going to be on my own.
All right, and who was this deputy? Who was your field training deputy?
Deputy Rainey.
Now, when as you work with Deputy Rainey, do you all ride together and go to each of the calls together?
Yes, we do. I'm typically the one driving, and he's the one sitting in the passenger seat, just foreseeing what I'm doing and making sure that I'm not messing up anything critical.
All right. Now, on August 29th of 2022, did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes, I did.
And did you recall what was it that you believed you were responding to at that time?
We were responding to a shooting call for service.
All right. And were you one of the first units on scene?
Yes, I was.
What did you do when you arrived?
Well, once we arrived, we coordinated with the other deputies that were on scene, and we made a tactical entry into the living room. And then what we observed once we got on scene, we observed a adult male, Jermaine Bass, the defendant, and he was holding his son, who was also named Jermaine Bass, on the couch in the living room.
Prior to going into the residence, when you pulled up, did you see anyone outside, or did you observe anyone outside?
Yes, I believe I saw it was the mother, Shirley. She was outside, and she was screaming. She was just pretty much just screaming at the top of her lungs.
Okay. And could you tell really what she was saying?
Not exactly. I can't make out what she was saying, but she was screaming.
How would you describe her demeanor at that point?
Very frantic and scared, and just horrific is a good word to use for it.
Now, when you made the tactical decision to go in, do you all take out your firearms as you do that?
Yes, we all did have our lethal weapons drawn.
All right, and what's the point of that?
Because we don't know what we're going into. When we get a shooting call for service, there is the undeniable that there is a firearm located in the house, or there isn't a firearm located in the house. And once we determine that the scene is safe and there is no credible threat, that's when we holster our weapons.
Okay. So you described that you went into the residence, you saw the defendant, Jermaine Bass?
Yes, sir.
And he was holding his child?
Yes, he was.
And just for the record right now, do you see the person you saw in that room holding that child on that day?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him just for the record?
He's sitting over there in the gray tuxedo.
Record reflects he has identified the defendant, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Now, who all entered with you? Do you recall?
Yes, it was me, Deputy Rainey, Deputy Vander Bosch, Deputy White, and Deputy Nathaniel Jones. We were the initial first deputies on scene.
All right. As you go in, and you said you saw the defendant there holding his child, what else did you go upstairs?
So I did not go upstairs. Once we observed the defendant, Jermaine Bass, holding his son, we observed what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the left side of his head. And immediately we just attempted to render medical aid. Me and my partner, Deputy Vanderbosch, we grabbed our agency-issued medical kit, and we began to wrap his head in gauze to try to put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding.
All right. Did you hear the father saying anything about what happened?
Yes, he made the spontaneous statement that it was an accidental discharge.
All right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
All right. And have you had a chance to review what's already been introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, I have.
All right. And does this pretty fairly accurately depict what you saw when you went through on that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Just remember objections to the testimony.
All right, thank you.
Hey, can you really help him? Yep, they're up here. Take him to the hospital. Oh, please, now. The gun discharge. Somebody got a med bag. Get a med bag. You want to bring him out? Please, hurry. They're coming. Hey, can you hear me? Oh, they're here. They're coming. They're coming. Yeah, they're cleaning upstairs. We turned it downstairs. All right, go ahead. It's okay. Not yet. What happened upstairs? Said it was an accidental discharge. Accident discharge. Even the one upstairs? Yes. Where's he at? Oh, we got a light on? Here, I'll go down. Thank you. All right. Okay, well, we got this band track. Want to throw this on? Where's the firearm? In the room. In the room? In the master bedroom. In the master bedroom on the dresser. Okay. You packed those. Where's he hit? Where's he hit? I don't know where he's hit. So he's got one in the head. One on the south, one in the head. Here. Yeah, here. It was going, I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. Alright, we'll get figured out this time. What happened upstairs? Get enough of his eyes. Nothing happened upstairs. There we go, got his eyes. Alright, do you have those two pins? I got one. Alright. We got those pins. We got one. Okay, let's see if we can check him for more injuries. Not yet, sir. Back to no discharge here. We got another victim up there. We got another. Still don't have a seat. Where's the gun right now? Be honest. It's upstairs on the dresser. On top of it, or in the dresser? On top of the dresser. Okay. Where it should be in the dresser, in that silver dresser, with the mirror in the master bedroom. Yes. Okay. He's got one here. Okay. What's one upstairs? Hey, what's up? What's upstairs? Worse upstairs. Adult? No. Juvenile. Okay. Take this one to the rescue time. No. Big juvenile. Stay right here. He's got something inside the head in his head. That's all we saw. Yep, coming down now. We have 4-year-old. Where at? Through. So you're saying that whatever happened to him, is that your son? Both of those are my kids. Both of those are your kids. So it accidentally discharged and hit your son. What happened to your daughter upstairs? The same way. There was both in the bed. It was just one round? They were both in the bed together? Yes. I think I remember from the last. You're saying both kids were in the bed together? You're right.
Debbie, a couple quick questions following that. So when that video shows you walking in, the sound doesn't come on for a little while. Why is that?
So en route to the call, the body cam was muted because I was having a conversation with my FTO while getting to the call, and we didn't want that just to be for the a minute or 2 minutes that it was prior to the video that captured audio, just because I was fairly new at the time, so he was kind of walking me through and maybe just calming my nerves a little bit, and that's essentially why it was. Okay, and so did you manually turn on the sound so that it would pick up the? Yes, once we made entry, I manually turned it on.
Okay, that thing that they brought in where you pulled out, what is that called? Where you pulled out the gauze?
That is our agency issued medical kit, and it carries things such as quick clot. I think there's extra tourniquets, gauze, things of that nature to render aid in instances like this. Okay, and every deputy carries one in their vehicle? Yes. All right. After tending the boy's injuries and you went out, did you do anything else while you were at the scene? Once the scene was cleared and both juveniles were removed from the residence, my next task was scene safety and the security of the scene. I stood in the front doorway just maintaining the crime scene until I was tasked to do a neighborhood survey with the adjacent building next to it. And what is a neighborhood survey? Neighborhood survey essentially is what it is deputies will go and they'll knock on other doors or people that were close to the incident, such as neighbors, just to see if they want to do an interview and see if they heard anything, saw anything, just to gather more information. And after you did that neighborhood survey, did that conclude your involvement in the case? Yes, that was my conclusion. That concludes my involvement in the case after that neighborhood survey. I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Judge, I will pass the witness at this time.
All right. Cross.
Morning, Deputy. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. Good. How are you?
All right, I'm good. Thank you. At the time that this happened, you indicated that you were in training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were, 2 days from being on your own?
Yeah, phase 4, day 5 to be precise.
Right. And Deputy Rainey, who was here in the hallway, and you've seen that was your FTO?
Yes, ma'am.
An FTO field training officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you arrived about 10:33 to the scene, is that correct?
Approximately that time, yes, ma'am.
And I just want to talk to you very briefly about the lady that you saw outside. It's safe to say that you saw her pretty briefly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Potentially just walking past her to get inside of the apartment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've never met her before, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, on your body cam there, I heard Mr. Bass talking about where the gun is, and I heard him talking about being on, and I also heard him say it's in the silver dresser. Do you remember both of those?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he made both those statements.
Thank you. Now, when you entered the scene, it looks like you're rendering aid. Is that with Deputy Vanderbosch?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you first entered, until you took over care, you and Deputy Vanderbosch of the son, JJ, blood was actually coming down from JJ down to Mr. Bass and onto the couch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I also heard Mr. Bass, he's saying, please now call the paramedics, please now. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point we see a pat down. Is that pretty much just standard because a gun is involved in this case?
It was standard, yes, because the firearm wasn't involved and we had not located it at that time.
Okay. And you did not find anything during that, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And may I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
One moment. Thank you to Deputy Brumman. I don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Be released from his subpoena.
He is not, and I ask you remain on this floor just for a little bit.
All right. You need to remain here at the courthouse for a little bit. Call your next witness.
Data call Deputy Jason White.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
You come this way. While he's taking the bench, again, just remove objection to your testimony and evidence.
All right, thank you. Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning. My name is Deputy Jason White, Jasonwhite.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, how are you currently employed?
I'm a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy.
How long have you been working as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
Since June 2020.
What are your duties as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
I'm a patrol deputy.
Okay, what do you do in that?
I respond to calls for service and then conduct proactive patrols.
All right, back on August 29th of 2022, what was your position back at that time?
I was a patrol deputy.
All right. And did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
I did.
All right. Is that located here in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. And how were you close by the scene when you got the call?
Yes, I was.
All right. Was that kind of your general area where you worked as well?
Yes, it is part of my district area.
All right. And what was it, your belief that you were responding to at that time?
A shooting.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Yes.
All right. As you arrived at the scene, did you see anyone on the outside?
I saw a woman.
Okay, and describe to the jury what this woman was like.
She was frantic and she was screaming towards the other deputy who I was with.
Okay. So you were riding with another deputy at that time?
There was another deputy who was in front of me.
Okay. So you all arrived kind of on the same time?
Yes.
And what deputy was that?
Deputy Jones.
All right. So who all enters into the, do you enter in the house?
Yes.
All right. Who all enters in the house with you?
Deputy Jones.
Okay. And going back to that woman, did you have any involvement with her out there?
Just she was just yelling at us, so
Okay, but you didn't actually speak to her or have any conversations with her?
we didn't really interact with her.
All right. So when you went into the residence, what were you doing?
We were checking to see what was going on, for one.
Okay. What did you see when you went in there?
There was a adult male sitting on the couch, and then there was a little boy in his arms.
All right. Did you have your guns out?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
We began clearing the house.
All right. Explain to the jury what it means when you say you're clearing the house.
So we have to clear a house. We have to confirm that there's not someone in there that's still armed, that is still a threat, that if we start to render aid, someone else might come out and try to injure someone else while we're still there.
Okay. And so where did you go to clear the house?
We went to the staircase to go upstairs.
All right. And who all went upstairs?
Deputy Jones and I.
All right. And where did you go when you went up there?
I went into the kids' bedroom.
All right. Where did Deputy Jones go?
He went into the master bedroom.
Describe for the jury, when you go in up the stairs, where is the kids' bedroom?
So when you go up the stairs, the kids' bedroom is directly in front of the staircase, and then you have a bathroom immediately to our left-hand side, and the master bedroom is behind us.
All right. What did you see when you went into the kids' bedroom?
I saw blood on the floors and in the walls, and then I saw a bunk bed on my left-hand side.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
I checked the room, and then I checked the bunk bed.
All right. And what did you see in the bunk bed?
On the top bunk, I found a little girl.
All right. And could you tell anything about the little girl?
She was laying on her side, facing towards me. She was laying in blood, and she had a bullet hole in the center of her forehead.
What did you do at that point?
I told the other deputies what I found, and I went to grab a med bag.
And those are another deputy has already testified. Those are things you keep in all, like everyone has in their, all the deputies have in their cars, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you do that because the paramedics weren't there yet, right?
Yes.
All right. So you go down and get the med bag. Do you go back up?
Yes.
And what do you do when you go back up?
When I go back up, we started putting pressure on the wounds that she had until the medics arrived.
All right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit number 3. Is this, in fact, did you review that and see that?
Yes.
All right. And is this does this very accurately depict what you did when you first arrived on that scene?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'm published.
All right.
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? Anybody else in here? Is there anybody upstairs? No. Hey, can you two go help him? We'll clear up here. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? Alright, I'm going in here. You guys trying to clear? Oh, what's going on? You see a fire? Sweetie! Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. Hey, we got another one up here. 0-0, gunshot wound. That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Hey, see the farm still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding pressure. Let me grab my med.
All right, what do you, at that time, is that when you go outside to get the med bag?
Yes.
And you actually brought it in?
Yes.
Okay. And you go back upstairs?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time, had the paramedics arrived yet?
Not yet.
All right. Did they get there soon after?
Yes.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your duties at that time? Or what was your position? What were you have to do?
Immediately after, I was just holding the scene upstairs.
Okay, what does that mean by holding the scene?
I'm standing up there, making sure no one who's not allowed to be in there comes up there.
All right. Did you, once you were cleared out of the house, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was instructed to drive the mother to the hospital.
All right. And the mother, is that the woman we see on that video right there?
Yes.
The one who was screaming at the very beginning of the video?
Yes.
All right. And which hospital did you drive her to?
Tampa General.
And what was her condition on the drive?
She was frantic.
Okay. Did she say anything to you while you were driving?
I'm gonna object here, sir.
I was stained.
All right. How was she when you got her to the hospital?
She
demeanor, like, is she still the same, or
she was still frantic. She was uncooperative with wanting to go in the hospital.
Okay. And she, when you say that, what do you mean by that?
She was scared to go in the hospital.
After getting her to the hospital, what did you do?
I left her with another deputy and then the hospital staff.
Okay. And was that everything that you did in this case, or did you ever go back to the scene?
No, I was ordered to go back to the scene.
All right. So after dropping her off at the hospital, at Tampa General Hospital in downtown, you drove all the way back up there to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point when you got to the scene?
I was told I took the father from another deputy and placed him in the back seat of my truck.
Okay. And did you eventually transport him to the station?
I transported him to the district office.
To the district office. How was his demeanor on the entire time he was with you?
Calm.
Calm?
Yes, he was calm.
All right. Did you do anything else on the case?
No.
Can I have one moment here?
Yes.
Can we approach this for 1 second?
Sure.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing further. This deputy. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning still. How are you, Deputy?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm only going to ask you some additional questions. All right. When you are entering, we can hear somebody saying, come in on your body cam. I presume that's Mr. Bass, correct?
Can we play the body cam again? I don't remember hearing it. I'll have to watch it again.
Okay. Oh, I'm like, where is it? It's hiding there, thank you. You would ask to play the body game.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. No. Ah, there we go. All right, I'll play it again for you. And I'm just going to turn it off after you walk in, if that's okay.
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside?
Okay? Did you hear that?
I did.
All right. Does that refresh your memory now about somebody saying, come in, a male voice from inside the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. All right. There's some questions being asked when y'all have come into the townhouse, and a question is asked about, is there anybody else inside? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Bass originally says no. However, you actually heard something else being said, did you not? And please tell the jury what you heard.
Yes, I heard him mumble something about a little girl as I walked by him.
In fact, you documented that in your report.
Yes.
Okay. When you went upstairs, the only question I want to ask you about concerning Jayla Bass is, you saw a shell casing by her foot?
Yes.
Just one, right?
There's one showcase.
But you're not looking for evidence at that point. You're trying to help her.
Correct.
Right, okay. Now, Mr. Bass was in your patrol vehicle for several hours, waiting to be transported?
He was back there for a long time, yes.
Okay, all right. And had you ever met him before?
No.
Okay. And you have described him as calm. He was cooperative with you, didn't give you any problems, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also described him as being quiet, that he's very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes.
His demeanor. Okay. All right. All right. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to shut this down. Okay. Thank you, Deputy White. No other questions?
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Yeah.
He released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir. You state yes.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Nathaniel Jones.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
You come this way. morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Deputy Nathaniel Jones, Nathaniel Jones.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, how are you employed?
I am employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What is your job at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a law enforcement deputy.
Okay. Do you have any specific duties there as a member of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to District 1 Patrol.
All right. And as part of a patrol, you go out and you respond to scenes, you pull over traffic infractions, that sort of thing. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your position back on August 29th of 2022?
I was in the same capacity as a patrol deputy.
How long have you been working with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
At that time, roughly 1 year.
All right. Prior to that, had you had any law enforcement training or experience?
No.
Okay. Now, did you receive a call to respond out to a scene on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes.
And what did you believe you were responding to?
I believed it was a 911 emergency call. The details of the call weren't, to my knowledge, given because of the open line status of the caller.
Okay. But you knew you were responding to shots being fired?
Yes.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Correct.
When you pulled up, did you see anyone as you were walking up?
Yes.
What did you see?
I seen as I was driving up to the residence, I seen a male who was pointing in the direction of the residence, trying to guide me to the correct residence.
Okay. And then what did you see when you got to the residence?
Once I got to the residence, I seen a female exit the residence and approach me as I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. Did you have any involvement with her?
Yes. I had asked her, first she volunteered the information that her...
Objection, hearsay.
Judge, he's just arriving on scene.
Establish a predicate.
Yes. What was her demeanor at that time? What was her behavior like?
She was frantic.
Okay. And did she appear to be under an emotional stress of what had happened?
Correct.
Judge, I believe this would be considered an excited utterance.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. And so as you approached her, what was going on?
She was telling me that her son had been shot.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that? What did you do?
I tried to get information as to who had shot her son, and if the person who had shot her son was still within the area.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She was very frantic, but she just kept saying, "My son, my son, my son."
Okay. And did you go into the scene, into the apartment?
I did. I made that decision once I realized I wasn't gonna get any additional information to try and clear the scene.
All right. And were you one of the first ones into the apartment?
That is correct.
All right. And did you come with your guns drawn?
That is correct.
All right. What did you see when you went into the residence?
As I entered the front door of the residence, I seen a gentleman, adult male, and a juvenile male sitting on the living room couch.
Okay. Who all entered the residence with you at that time?
Deputy White and myself were the first to enter the residence.
All right. After seeing that male holding his son, what did you do at that point?
I asked him if there was anyone else in the residence. I realized it was a two-story residence, so for safety of the deputies and everyone else, I asked if there was anyone else within the residence.
And what was his response?
He said no.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I then took the decision to clear the upstairs floor of that residence.
All right, and so where did you go at that point?
I walked up the stairs, and I seen that there were multiple bedrooms within the second floor, and me and Deputy White cleared the 2 bedrooms on the second floor.
And which bedroom did you clear?
I cleared the master bedroom first, along with the bathroom that was on that side of the upstairs floor.
All right. After clearing the master bedroom, what did you do?
I walked back to Deputy White's position where he was positioned near the children's bedroom, and I entered the children's bedroom along with Deputy White.
All right, and what did you see in the children's bedroom?
I seen bunk beds, and on the top bunk bed, we located a victim.
All right. What was this victim? What does she look like?
The juvenile female victim.
Okay, so little girl.
Yes, sir.
And what was her condition that you saw when you first saw her?
When I first saw her, she was laying on her side, facing towards the inward of the bedroom, and she had what appeared to myself to be a gunshot wound to the head.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on this day?
I was.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 5. It's already been admitted into evidence. Did you review that video?
I did.
And is that video a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went in on that day?
Yes.
All right. Did you publish it this time?
Yes.
Judge, just renewing again any evidence or testimony based on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Who shot him?
It was the gun, it was the gun, it was the gun.
Did he shoot himself?
No, he did not. The gun went off. I need my son.
The ambulance is on the way.
Well, can you
Stay outside.
hurry up?
Stay outside. Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? Come in. I'm gonna go around the corner. Is there anybody upstairs? Is there anybody upstairs? No. Hey, can you go up there? We'll clear up here. I'm gonna hook around this corner, go out there. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? This is clear back here. You see your firearm? Sweetie! Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. What the? There's a child up here.
Signal 0, gunshot wound.
That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Wait a second. Hey, see the fire still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding breath, then we go on med.
No, we're not gonna get her down. She's breathing.
Where's that?
There's a shell right here. I don't see it as signal 0.
Deputy, a couple of questions about that. So when the video starts, there's no sound to it. Is that common when these body-worn cameras?
That is correct. There is a buffering period prior to activation there's no audio.
So it's like the first minute when the camera comes on, there's a where
Prior to the activation, there's no audio. So there will be video, but there will be no audio until I physically activate it myself.
Okay. Now, when the signal 0 you all are talking about, what is that?
We're referring to a weapon. In this case, we're referring to a firearm.
So when they keep saying look or check for signal 0, you're talking about looking for basically the firearm, right?
The weapon used.
The weapon used, correct. All right. Now, the body-worn camera shuts off right there. At that point in time, what do you do?
From the end of the video, my body camera does continue to roll, but however, you're referring to
what you did after that point.
After that point, I pulled the victim closer towards the middle to the bed where I could, easily reach her. Once she was towards the middle of the bed, I physically picked her up, and then I placed her on the bedroom floor in an effort to begin to render aid to the victim.
Okay. And so you were the one who actually physically got her off of that bed and put her down on the floor to give aid to her, correct?
That is correct.
And did Deputy White actually come back with the med bag?
Yeah, Deputy White returned with his medical bag, and I used some of the gauze that was within his medical bag to apply pressure to some of her wounds that were on her head.
All right. And did ultimately the paramedics arrive and take her?
That is correct.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your assignment at that point?
I had went outside. My vehicle was the closest vehicle to the residence front door. Therefore, I was tasked with putting the defendant within my vehicle and holding him there.
All right. And what was his demeanor while in your patrol car?
He was calm within the back of my patrol car. We conducted a pat down on him prior to putting him in the patrol car, and he was compliant with us.
Okay. What else did you do in the investigation?
I maintained the integrity of the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay, and what does that mean when you talk about maintaining the integrity of a crime scene log?
We log everybody who had entered the crime scene and left the crime scene while we were on scene at that time for the crime until I'm relieved.
So by this point in time, you all had put up that yellow tape that you all put up?
That is correct. The tape had already been put up by the time I went back outside.
Okay, and it's your job at that point just to document who comes inside that tape and who doesn't. Well, not who doesn't, but who comes inside that tape, correct?
Yeah, who comes in and then leaves as well.
All right, and you did that until you were relieved of your duty on that day?
Until I was relieved the next morning at the end of my shift.
Okay, so you were there for a while?
I was there until the end of my shift the next morning, yep.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Judge, I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right.
Good afternoon, Deputy Jones. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All right, I just have some few additional questions for you. At the beginning of the body cam, we understand you have that time period where you're always, that's policy, how you're always going to have that off, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you guys, don't, what is it, like a minute, that's standard, that you do not record?
Prior to activation, there's a buffering
Right.
period, yes.
Right, okay. And everybody does that, there's no issue with that, correct?
Is there an issue with my camera buffering?
No, there's no issue with the fact that you don't hear anything for the first minute or so, correct? That's typical.
It can be, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you first go to the residence, the door was cracked, was it not? It was not completely open, but kind of cracked open, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I could hear somebody saying, come in, to you. That's going to be Mr. Bass, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that somebody waved you down, some sort of male is trying to help you get to the scene where you were supposed to be, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's because you didn't even have an apartment number in the call, is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you indicated about the female that you talked to. You tried to talk to her, but she wasn't very helpful to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you asked her numerous times who shot your child, and she never answered that question, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Bass was cooperative with you during the time you had contact with him, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And he's going to be in your patrol vehicle for some period of time before he is transferred to another patrol vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never met him before, correct?
That is correct.
And there wasn't any noticeable behavior. He was very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're actually going to be the first deputy to enter that townhome, correct?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about your comment about Mr. Bass when you asked, is anybody upstairs? And he says, no one. As you're entering the residence, who are you with? What deputy is with you?
I believe Deputy White was behind me.
So you're with Deputy White, and you remember Mr. Bass, and we hear on the body cam, he says no. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And that is something that you did not document in your police report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your reports, you want them to be accurate and detail things you might have seen and heard, correct?
Yes.
Right. Especially from somebody who's being charged with a homicide, correct? You want to make sure you're documenting.
Yes.
Okay. So you're pretty quick, are you not, when you walk past Mr. Bass? You're not standing there to talk to him. You actually never stop walking and just walk past him to go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
And Deputy White is behind you, correct?
Yes.
So if Deputy White had heard something in addition to that, you may not have heard it, right?
That's correct.
Right,
Yep.
okay. All right, may I have a moment? Deputy James, thank you very much. We don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
I'm going to stay, yes, sir.
Yes, Judge, he's released.
All right, thank you. Approach the bench for a minute. It's 12:15. I will see you back here at 1:15. Same admonition, no discussion about the case, no investigation. Enjoy your lunch.
All rise.
Judge, you told them to break until when?
1:15. All right, if you just restate your name for the record, please.
Deputy Adam Rahman, R-A-H-M-A-N.
Thanks.
Deputy Rahman, we, on your direct and cross, we established you were in training that day, so you're pretty much under the supervision of Deputy Rainey. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Deputy Rainey is in fact asking questions to Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And when you finally read Miranda at a later point, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you read Miranda when Deputy Rainey directed you to read it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Deputy Rainey directed you to read Miranda at the point that you did due to the fact that you had found another gunshot wound victim upstairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was it. Anything? Okay.
Well, just, Deputy Rahman, you're assuming that's why he asked you to read Miranda. You don't know.
Yeah,
I picked that particular moment.
Yeah, I'm not in his brain, so that's a fair assessment to say that that's why he asked me to read it. But since he's the one training me, whatever he tells me to do, I do. No questions asked.
Okay, so you don't really know why. You just know at that particular moment he asked you to read Miranda and you did.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right.
You did testify at deposition that you read Miranda because of that fact, that you had determined another victim, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If that's what the deposition says, yes, ma'am.
All right, you could step down. Thank you. See release at
He
this
is now
time.
released. Thank you so much for waiting.
All right. All right, we'll be in recess. Be seated. How was lunch? Good. All right, call your next witness.
Just gonna bring you in.
The state calls crime scene investigator Danielle Janicek. Danielle Janicek.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Danielle Janicek, Danielle Janicik. Good afternoon, Ms. Janicek. Tell the jury where you work. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. How long have you worked at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office? Almost 4 years. Explain to the jury, what is your title at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office? I am a crime scene investigator. Help us understand exactly what does it mean to be a crime scene investigator. Tell us what you do. When a call for service comes out, we are the ones that go to the scene and collect evidence, take photographs, swab for suspected biological fluids, and then process for latent prints. How long have you worked at Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office? Almost 4 years. When you started, did you get hired as a crime scene investigator? Yes. How many times have you been called out to a scene and been asked to do your duties as a crime scene investigator? Hundreds. On August 29th of 2022, is it fair to say that you've been to hundreds of scenes by that time as well? Yes. So on August 29th of 2022, do you get a call to be a crime scene investigator on the case we're here for today involving the defendant Jermaine Bass? Yes. Tell the jury what time about were you called to come out to the scene? I was requested at about 12:20 a.m. to respond to Tampa General. Now, when you get called to come out to a scene to be a crime scene investigator, who calls you to come? Is it like a patrol deputy or is a detective involved at that point? Typically, it's a detective. When you arrive after being called to a crime scene to be a crime scene investigator, do you typically meet with a detective before you conduct any of your duties as a crime scene investigator? Yes. On August 29th, or the morning of August 30th, when you arrived at the scene for this case, did you meet with a detective? I did. Who was that detective? At the hospital, it was Detective Gibson. So what hospital are we talking about? Tampa General. When you arrived at Tampa General Hospital, you meet with Detective Gibson. What do you do after you talk with Detective Gibson? He requested that photos and evidence be collected of 2 individuals. Who are the 2 individuals? Jayla and Jermaine Bass. Okay, and at the time, did you take photos at that scene? Yes. Then what did you do after that? I responded to the Heritage residents, Heritage Club Drive residents, to assist my lead CSI, Shannon Bader. When you arrived at the Heritage Club residence and you were assisting, what does it mean to assist the lead crime scene investigator? Help us understand, what does that mean? So usually the lead is the one that is taking the photographs, the one marking evidence, collecting evidence. I am behind her doing presumptive swabs, assisting with packaging her swabs, or packaging her evidence further and getting it out of her way, or creating a scene diagram. In this case, when you went to the Heritage Club townhome, were you asked to create a crime scene diagram? I was. Explain to the jury, how do you make a crime scene diagram? Do you just look around and sketch it out? What's the process to make that? So we use something called a Faro scanner, and the easiest way to describe it is if you're looking to rent an apartment or buy a home, sometimes they have 3D virtual tours. These scanners are something similar to that. So we create a 3D virtual tour of the scene, and from that I can create a 2D diagram that is computer generated.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point I'm asking to, or I'm going to show the witness. This has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the diagram that you created in this case of the Heritage Club address?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I've asked you to enter into evidence and publish what's with framework for identification as State's Exhibit 25.
All right, it's been admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So I'm placing State's Exhibit 25. There's two pieces of paper. I'm placing 25A on the Elmo. So if you notice, I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of 25A where we're noticing the words front door. Help us understand, would this be the bottom floor or the top floor when you went to make this diagram?
This would be the bottom floor.
So if you're entering from the parking lot, you're coming through where my finger is pointing right there where it says front door.
Yes.
Immediately to our left, we see what?
A kitchen?
The rectangle, excuse me, right to the right of the word kitchen. What is that representing?
The kitchen island?
Moving along, we're going further. My finger is pointing to the words dining area. Right above that, we're seeing what looks like to be a table and chairs. Is that representative of
Yes.
table and chairs? Okay. What is just beyond that at the top of your diagram? We see two squares with W/D. Tell the jury what that represents.
It's a washer-dryer closet.
Now we're going forward into the living room. It looks like we're seeing number 1 and number 2. What are those representing?
They are evidence markers.
Okay, so, and it looks like number 1 is to the left of a longer rectangle. What is that representing? That black longer rectangle at the bottom, just off to the center to the right.
It is a couch.
It looks like evidence marker 2 is just between two like darker squares to the right of the rectangle. What is that representing?
Like sofa chairs?
And to the right of that, we see a little sketch. Can you explain to the jury what we see to the right where my finger is? It's all the way to the right bottom right corner.
It was a little pink, like Barbie car, like that you could sit and drive in.
Like a child's toy?
Yeah.
Now moving across the room, we see, what are we looking at right here? It looks like another rectangle. I'm pointing to the top center, almost off to the right. There's a rectangle and it looks like it has some lines like a grid. What is that representing?
Those are stairs.
So moving to 25B that I'm placing on the Elmo now, is it safe to say that the sketch diagram of 25B represents the upper level or the second floor of the townhome?
Yes.
So on the bottom left, we're looking at, do those also represent the stairs where my finger is pointing to the bottom left?
Yes, they do.
So you're walking up, it looks like you immediately run into, it's white, it's the outline of like a rectangle with a number 3 next to it. Explain to the jury what is number 3 representative of?
A cabinet or a shelf that was at the top of the stairs.
Right next to that, we see what looks like hallway, and then to the right of that, it looks like a line going to the right, and there's a series of small dots that connect it to the left. What is that representative of?
That is the hallway going into the front bedroom, which was the children's bedroom.
When you walk in, we're seeing a couple of different shapes, and we're seeing a couple of different words. So we're looking here to the left. There is a rectangle with 2 squares or 2 rectangles on the other sides of it, and it says dollhouse. Tell us what that means.
It was a dollhouse, like a Barbie dollhouse, that was in front of the bed.
The bed that we're looking at here to the left. It looks like we see a top rectangle and then a lower rectangle that is visible from the top aerial view. Explain to us why can I see the bottom one even though I can see the top one as well?
It was a double bunk bed with a larger bed at the bottom.
So what did it look like? Maybe it was like a twin over full or a twin over king. They're different sizes.
Yes, they were different sizes.
Gotcha. Now we're looking at, we can see on the top a number to the left. It looks like B2. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that representative of?
It was a marker of, I believe it was a suspected bullet hole.
Okay. And we see also the numbers. It looks like on the top bunk here, we see number 6, number 11, number 8, number 10, and number 9. What is that representative of?
Those were all evidence markers.
Number 5, we see with a line. Is that being attributed, number 5, to an evidence marker?
Yes.
And would that be on the top or the bottom bunk?
I believe it was the bottom bunk.
Okay. Now, looking over to the right, we see anytime we see these numbers, is it safe to say those are evidence numbers?
Yes.
So we see what looks like an evidence number 4. Tell us where that was located or what it was around.
It was around 2 sets of TVs, and it appeared to be like a chair, and it was in the corner.
So this line that we talked about earlier with this series of dotted lines before that, does that represent like the doorway?
Yes.
So if you're exiting through this doorway from the children's bedroom with the bunk bed, what's immediately to the right?
A bathroom.
And is that what we see here to the right where like the toilet and it looks like something in front of the toilet, a shower, and a vanity area?
Yes.
Now walking down this hallway, it looks like there's a doorway to another room. What is that entering?
The master suite, master bedroom.
When you enter this doorway immediately to the right, what do we see?
Another bathroom.
Now, without any further doors, if you keep walking, you walk into what looks like the master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, we see to the right a rectangle up against it. Looks like the wall that separates the bathroom from the master bedroom. Is that representative of a dresser?
Yes.
We see several evidence markers, 12, 13, 14, and 18, or 16. Oh yeah, no, that's 18. Are those representative of evidence that were found in those locations on the dresser?
Yes.
Looking upwards to the right, we see 15. Is that an evidence marker found on another piece of furniture?
Yes, it was another dresser.
Another dresser, okay. Then we see the bed. We see evidence marker 17. Is that representative of a piece of evidence that was found on the bed?
Yes.
Now, when we're looking at both of these, 25A and 25B, is the purpose of doing these two diagrams so that every piece of physical evidence that's found at the scene is representative on this diagram?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after, one second, let me just return this to the clerk. After you're at the Heritage Club address and you document this scene of the physical evidence that's found while you're assisting crime scene investigator Bader, did you have an occasion to go to a hospital where another victim, in this case Jermaine Bass, who we call JJ, was located?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to take photographs of JJ and his injuries?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification as states 27A through D. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what the child victim JJ looked like at the time that you photographed him?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I offer into evidence what's been pre-marked for identification as states 27A through D as states 27A through D.
They're admitted
Do I have
already.
permission to publish?
Yep.
Thank you, Judge. I'm putting on the Almo what's been pre-marked for identification as what's been entered into evidence as states 27A. What hospital was he located?
He was at TGH as well in the PICU.
What's the PICU? Do you know?
The Pediatric Intensive Care Unit.
When you walked in, this wound that we're seeing, for the record, on 27A, the photo is depicting what looks like the ear of the child. And up to the right, we see a wound. Is that his left ear?
Yes.
And I'm putting 27B on the Elmo. Often in these photos, we see these measurements used. Can you explain to the jury why and when you decide to use these measurements in photos?
When we take our series of photos, we usually do overall mid-range close-up, and what you're seeing are close-ups, and then with our close-ups we add scales to give a relative size to show how large an item is or how small an item is.
This injury on 27B, is it the same injury that's depicted on what we just looked at on 27A?
It is.
I'm placing on the Elmo 27C. Tell the jury what we're looking at on 27C.
That is the JJ's right pinky finger.
An injury to his right pinky finger. I'm putting on the Elmo, what's been entered into evidence as 27D. Is this the same photo that we just looked at, but the only difference as this one having the markers so we know how big it is?
Yes.
One moment. So we have the injury to JJ, the left side of his head right above his ear, and then we have the injury to his right pinky that we just saw in those photos, correct?
Yes.
Judge, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Cross?
No questions.
All right, you can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Crime scene investigator Shannon Bader.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Come this way. Good afternoon. If you would, please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Hello, my name is Shannon Bader, Shannon, last name Bader, Bader.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long where do you work?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator
Tell the jury, how long have you worked at HCSO as a crime scene investigator?
for about 3 years.
On August 29th of 2022, did you work as a crime scene investigator with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
When did you get hired?
Well, with the sheriff's office in 2019 and crime scene 2021.
Okay. So at the time of August 29th of 2022, tell the jury how many times you have been called to a crime scene as a crime scene investigator to document.
Probably at least a dozen times.
When you go to a crime scene, help us understand as a crime scene investigator, how do you decide what to document and what not to document?
Basically, we work with a crime scene detective.
When you arrived at the Heritage Grove address associated with this case to do your investigation, did you meet with a detective at that time?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
Detective Clay Holman.
Do you guys walk through the scene together and have some sort of understanding before you start documenting?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived, tell them what you saw.
So I walked through. It is a townhome that when you walk in, the kitchen is on your left. There's a living room area. Then you walk up the stairs. There's a bedroom to your right. There's a bathroom kind of in the hallway area. There is then a master bedroom in the front, also with a bathroom inside.
Tell us what you're doing when you first walk through and during your process of documenting.
So first I walk through and I do a walkthrough of the scene. And then what I do is take overall photographs, which are basically photographs of the house and everything as is when I get there.
When you walk through and you're working with a detective to decide how to document, what do you use to place next to items that you see that may be of evidentiary value?
Evidence markers.
What do those evidence markers look like?
So I have yellow cones, or I also use green scale markers or yellow scale markers.
So tell us the difference between the scale markers and the cones. The cones, are they like physical cones that you can place next to something?
Yes.
What about the green and yellow scale markers? Are those like the cones or are they something different?
They're something else. They're basically like sticker scale rulers.
Do they all represent the same thing when they're used in one crime scene?
In this case, particularly, I use the yellow evidence markers to document items of evidentiary value of physical items that I was collecting. I use the green scale markers to document areas of red substances, and then I use the yellow scale markers to document any damage that I saw.
So yellow evidence markers were for physical things.
Yes.
The green scales, which are like stickers, that was used to document red substance you saw.
Yes.
And the yellow stickers were used for what?
For damages.
Damage, okay. Judge Albee, do I have permission to publish what's been entered as states 22A through EEEE?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 22A. Tell us, when you first walk into the apartment or the townhome, is this what you see?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the living room area. The front door is behind me and the back door is in front of me. And this is, you could see evidence marker 1, and then on the floor should be green scale marker A.
So the cone of evidence marker 1 indicates to us that there was something physical next to it. What was physical next to it? Do you remember?
Yes, this was the ace bandage clip.
Okay. Now on the floor, you told us that the green scale stickers represent red substance. Is that what's notated on the floor right here?
Yes.
We're looking at 22B. Is this a close-up of that green sticker that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And if we zoom in, if we zoom in, the red substance that's depicted on the floor, you can kind of see it in like the wood graining. Is that what you deemed of evidentiary value to put the measure sticker next to it?
Yes.
We're looking at 22C. So when you first walk into the apartment, we saw evidence marker 1 was a couch. This evidence marker 2, are these 2 chairs? Was that just on the other side of the couch as you're walking into the room?
Yes.
Tell us what physical is next to evidence marker 2.
This is a blue cell phone.
We're looking at 22D. When you go to walk up the stairs, Are these green stickers? We see 1, 2, 3 in this photo. What do you see on those green stickers, and what was the purpose of placing them there?
These are more areas of red substances as you're walking up the stairs on the wall. That should be green scale C, and then D and E up there.
I'm placing 22E on the Elmo. Now we're seeing a close-up, and if you zoom in, there was a green evidence sticker that we can see. It says red substance C that you just referred to. Also depicted, if we see a green sticker here to the left on one of the staircases. Why did you place that evidence marker there?
There's a red substance on that stair.
We're looking at 22F. Tell me the vantage point of this photo.
So this is kind of looking up. I'm standing in the middle area of the stairwell, and you're looking up to the landing.
We see a green marker on the left. Was that to document and mark a red substance as well?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22G. At this point, is this as if you had walked up to the very top of the stairs and you're looking ahead?
Yes.
Now, we can see a yellow evidence marker 3 in this view. Tell the jury what is immediately to the right of the physical evidence marker 3.
This is a gauze pad.
I'm placing 22H on the Elmo. Is this just a closer up view of that gauze pad?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22I. Which room are we looking into?
This is the kids' bedroom.
So, I want to zoom in. I see a green evidence marker on the left side of the doorway. You can see the brass or metal, door hinge to the left. Why did you place that green evidence marker on the doorway right there?
There was an area of red substance there.
Now, on the other side, the green area that we just looked at, that's not the side that the door is connected to, correct?
Correct.
So the area where I'm pointing on the right side of the photo, where immediately to the right of that, it looks like there's like an open closet right there. That's where the door is attached to, correct? So it opens up inward.
Yes.
Now, on 22J, which I'm placing on the Elmo, is this the same doorway that we're looking at, but we're looking at the actual side of the door?
Yes.
And I see an evidence marker in the middle. It's green. Tell us what that represents.
The red substance on the door.
Now we're zooming in. Tell the jury and explain for the record. Everything's written down. What color's the door?
White.
So the spots that we're seeing in this photo, is that the red substance that you deemed should be marked with that green marker?
Yes.
I'm placing 22K on the Elmo. We see in the bottom right-hand corner a silver door handle. Is that the silver door handle on the door from the previous photo we were looking at?
Yes.
So when we're walking into the room, is this the children's room that we're walking immediately into?
Yes.
In the middle of the room, tell the jury, I'm pointing to a circle here that has like pink around it, and tell them what it is.
Trampoline.
And immediately in front of that, we see a white rectangle. What was that?
A pillow.
We see a green evidence marker on the pillow, and I'm going to zoom in so that we can see it a little bit better. What color is the pillow?
White.
And we can see that there is a red substance on the pillow. Is that why you chose to place that evidence marker there?
Yes.
Immediately behind the trampoline, it looks like, is that a dresser?
Yes.
I'm placing 22L on the Elmo. We see on the right side of this photo a brown, it looks like the same dresser you just pointed out in the photo before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell the jury there is what's in the middle where the green marker is that we see and that I'm pointing to right now.
That is another red substance on the floor.
Now we're looking at 22M. Are these the same monitors that we're looking at here in 22L?
Yes.
So as we walk over and we take a better look at 22, or at the monitors that were on 22L, on 22M, what is the yellow evidence marker
signifying?
This is marking the red cell phone that's on the ground.
22N, I'm placing on the Elmo. Tell the jury what the purpose of the green sticker is.
This is marking the red substance on the ground.
I'm putting on the Elmo 22O. What are we seeing here? We see something in the doorway.
The dollhouse.
Was that there all along, or was that moved during the course of the investigation?
It was moved.
Where was it originally?
Up against that pink house that's against the bunk bed.
So I'm pointing to the right where I see gray framing. Is that the gray framing of the bunk bed you're talking about?
Yes.
Immediately to the left of that, we see like a darker hot pink that looks like some sort of child's house. Are you indicating that the one on the left was pushed up against?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this marker 7, what is that indicating?
There's a piece of a gun holster in the, I guess, baby holder.
Like some sort of like baby doll
Yeah.
toy. Okay, we're looking at 22F. I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this a closer up of the evidence marker you were just discussing?
Yes.
And once we zoom in, what do we see inside of this baby doll accessory here?
That is a piece of a gun holster.
A piece of a gun holster. 22Q. What are we looking at here?
This is the top of the bunk where the stairs are, and there's 3 areas of red substances marked.
So we see one on the left side here of the top of the ladder, correct?
Yes.
One up at the top corner where you like walk up the ladder, and then one immediately to the left of that.
Yes.
We're looking at 22R. Tell us what we're looking at in 22R.
This is the top bunk where you could now see a green scale marker. You can kind of still see the one in the corner. 2 areas of damage marked, and then yellow evidence marker 6.
I think this is the first time that we see the yellow markers. So you said the yellow stickers represent damage. So, for instance, we see damage A. What does that look like to you? Is that in the drywall?
Yes, that's the hole in the wall.
So we see, I'm zooming in for the record on damage. I just zoomed in on damage A. Now I'm zooming in on damage B. What are we looking at in damage B right here?
That's damage on one of the bedposts on the top bunk.
And then we see another green sticker right above the bed frame on the far left. What is that indicating?
That is marking a red substance on that wall.
So on that wall, tell us what color's the wall?
White.
Any of the spotting that we're seeing right there, is that what you deem to be red substance?
Yes.
Oops, wrong day, I'm sorry. Now we see on the right side of this picture a physical yellow evidence marker number 6. Tell the jury what the physical evidence marker number 6 is representing.
That is representing a casing.
22S I'm placing on the Elmo. This is a similar view as the one before, would you agree?
Yes.
The difference is we see a marker on the mattress. Tell us what the marker on the mattress indicates.
That is showing the red substance on the mattress.
We're seeing on 22T, tell us what we see.
These are 2 red substances on the wall, and this is a view from the bottom bunk.
So, and to reference this, I want to put on 22U. So in 22U, what are we looking at?
So this is the bunk bed. You could see the top and the bottom in this photo.
Explain to the jury so that they can understand what size were the beds?
The exact number I do not recall.
But was it a queen over a queen?
Oh, a twin.
A twin on the top. And on the bottom, did the mattress fit the frame perfectly on top?
On the bottom, no.
On the top?
On the top, yes.
Okay, and on the bottom, no. So help us understand, was the mattress too big or too small for the frame on the bottom?
On the bottom, it was too small.
Now, what are we seeing in, we're looking at 22U specifically, and I want to focus your attention. You can see that there is a mattress on the bottom, but then it looks like some sort of item behind the mattress, flat up against the wall. What was that item?
A giant teddy bear.
And what did it look like the purpose of the giant teddy bear being between the wall and the mattress to you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you were at the scene looking at the giant teddy bear, did it fit between the mattress and the wall?
Yes.
Was the mattress touching the wall at that time?
No.
Now, I want to refer back to 22T. There's two evidence markers here. Oop. What are they representing to you? We see one that says red substance Q. And it looks like a straight line down. What did it look like to you when you were there in person and had a chance to look at it up close?
It was the red substance on the wall, and then next red sub R, also a red substance, both consistent with blood.
Now, we just talked about you, so let's go to V. This gives us a better view of evidence marker 6 that we've talked about before. What are we looking at that's immediately to the right of evidence marker 6?
This is the casing on the bed.
22W. Is this the same casing we just viewed as next to evidence marker 6?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22X. Is this the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
And are these the same damage marks, A and B, that you pointed to before, and red substance marks that we've seen in other photos?
Yes.
The pillow, was that on the mattress when you were taking photos?
Yes.
I'm placing 22Y. Is this a closer up of the red substance we talked about before, right next to the teddy bear on the bottom bunk?
Yes.
22Z. Tell us what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the bathroom that is next to the kids' bedroom.
Now, on the far right of this photo, where my finger is located, the far right, we can see an open door. Tell the jury, where does that door lead to?
That door is the child's bedroom.
So, the door that I'm pointing to in the middle of the photograph that we can see that's open, the wall above here that I'm pointing to, which is right next to the tile from the shower for the record, that wall is shared by this bathroom and the children's room, correct?
Yes, correct.
22AA, I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here on the right? We see an evidence marker.
This is the yellow scale marker documenting damage on the wall.
And it's labeled damage A1. We also see a marker on the left side. It looks like there's a shower curtain rod and a shower curtain. What is documented here on this side?
That is documenting damage on the shower curtain.
So I'm looking at 22BB, I'm placing on the Elmo. Damage A1, is that on the wall that we just looked at in the bathroom?
Yes.
Damage A2 in 22CC, is that the damage to the shower curtain that you were just talking about?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22DD. Damage A2 that you just discussed on the shower curtain, is that the same one?
Yes.
Now what are we looking at here on the left? Tell us, describe to us what that damage is and where it was located.
That's damage A3 and it's in the shower on the wall.
We're looking at 22EE, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is that the same damage you just described?
Yes.
What's located within the damage that we see on this photo?
That would be a projectile.
22FF, I'm placing on the Elmo. So we just left the bathroom, we're not in the bathroom anymore. Where are we right now looking at the damage that is depicted in this photo?
This is the top bunk railing.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22GG. Tell us the vantage point of this photo. I see a marker that says A1 and damage
B2, where are you standing when this photo was taken?
So now I'm standing inside that bathroom that is next to the child's bedroom, and we're looking at the wall that is shared with the child's bedroom.
Is this the same bathroom that just showed the damage that was to the shower curtain and the projectile that was found in the shower tile that we just looked at?
Yes.
Same room.
Yes.
We're looking at 22HH. We see damage B2. Again, is that the same bathroom that we've been discussing?
Yes.
22II. Tell us what we're looking at. Which room are we in now?
This is the kid's bedroom, and this is a view of the bottom bunk and where the stairs start.
When we're looking at this bottom bunk, we see what looks like a pink and purple blanket. Behind that, we see kind of a big lump back there. Is that the teddy bear you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
We see an evidence marker number 5. What is that significant?
That is another casing on the bed on the bottom bunk.
We're looking at 22JJ. What's the purpose of this photo?
This is showing the height of how high the bunk beds are.
So we see what looks like a measuring tool here on the left, and it looks like the top portion of the railing on the top bunk is 5 feet and 5 inches. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22KK. Tell the jury what we're looking at here. We see 3 evidence markers, 8, 9, and 10.
These are marking 3 more casings.
Now, this photo, is this of the top bunk or is this the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
22LL. Is this a close-up? We're looking at 8 right here with a casing right next to it. This is just a close-up of the casing located next to that
Yes.
marker. What are we looking at 22MM?
That is the head stamp of that casing.
What about 22NN? We're looking at evidence marker 9 and 10.
Also the casings.
So this casing that I'm pointing to more in the middle, is that attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
And the casing that's to the left where it looks like the empty cylinder is facing upward towards the ceiling, is that attributed to evidence marker number 10?
Yes.
22BB. Sorry. 2200, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the head stamp? Hold on. There we go. Is this the head stamp of the shell casing attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
23PP. What are we looking at?
That is the casing at evidence marker number 10.
22QQ. Tell the jury what we're looking at.
That is the head stamp of the casing at evidence marker 10.
You've used the term head stamp a couple of times. I don't want to blow over that. Can you explain to the jury, when you're using the term head stamp, what does that mean?
So basically the casing, it is the top of the casing that has the imprint and the firing impression on it.
We're looking at 22RR and placing on the Elmo. Tell us the significance of the evidence marker. We see 11.
Evidence marker 11 is showing the bedding on the top bunk.
We're looking at 22SS. I'm placing on the Elmo. Help us get oriented. We've been into the bathroom, we've been into the children's bedroom, we've been downstairs. Where are we now in 22SS?
So now we're in the master bedroom.
22TT, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the same master bedroom?
Yes.
Help us understand the vantage point. I see in the middle, I see what looks like an open door right to the right of the silver dresser depicted in this photo. Is that the door that you would use to enter and exit this master bedroom?
Yes.
22UU, I'm placing on the Elmo. Help us understand what we're looking at here.
This is the dresser in that master bedroom, and there is a live round next to evidence marker 12.
I'm going to zoom in. What does a live round mean?
It is a round that has not been fired by a gun.
To the left of evidence marker 12, there is a silver object that I'm pointing to. Is that the live round you just spoke about?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo
22VV, what are we looking at in 22VV?
That is the head stamp of the live round.
22WW, I see evidence marker 13 and 14. Help us understand what they are attributed to.
This is that drawer in that dresser that we just looked at, and 13 is a wallet, and 14 is a gun.
So let's go back to, this is 22TT. In the back, we see evidence markers 13 and 14 and a drawer to the top left that's open. Is that what we're looking at, just like a top aerial view here in 22WW?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22XX. Is this a close-up of the two items you just described?
Yes.
So we have 13 attributed to a wallet, and then 14 attributed to the item that we see right here, which looks like the top of a handgun. Is that correct?
Yes.
22YY. I'm placing on the Elmo. Is 22YY the same firearm that's right here by evidence marker 14?
Yes.
In this photo, it's facing the right. I'm placing 22Z on the Elmo. Is this the same firearm?
Yes.
It's facing the other way?
Yes.
22AA, I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
That is a magazine that was also in that drawer.
Was it in the drawer because it was in the firearm, or was it separate from the firearm?
It was separate.
Okay. Now, we're looking at 22BBB. Orient the jury. Where are we when we find evidence marker 15?
This is next to that dresser, and it is a phone inside of a backpack.
So are we still inside the master bedroom when we find and locate this backpack that's depicted in next to evidence marker 15?
Yes, we are.
22CCC, I'm placing on the Elmo. Orient us to this photo. It looks like there's a hand depicted in the photo. Is that your hand?
Yes.
What are you holding in your hand in 22CCC?
A projectile.
A projectile. Where was this projectile found?
In the wall of the bathroom, sharing that wall that shares the child's bedroom.
So we just left the master bedroom, so let's back up. 22CCC, where this hole in the wall is that from the vantage point of standing in the bathroom where this wall shares the room with the children's bedroom?
Yes.
22DDD, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is that the same projectile we just saw, just a close-up version?
Yes.
22DDD. Did I just say that? 22EEE. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at?
This is the top bunk mattress after we had cut it open.
What was the purpose of cutting the mattress open from the top up?
We had noticed a hole in it.
22FFF. What are we looking at here?
Now we ripped away all the foam inside, and now we're looking inside the coils of the mattress.
So in this photo that we're looking at right here, it looks as though this mattress is now on the bottom bunk. Help us understand.
So because the mattress was on top, in order to just examine it better, we did bring it down to the bottom bunk.
What are we looking at in 22GGG?
You can kind of see the projectile that it's under all the coiling in the mattress.
22HHH. What are we looking at?
That is that projectile.
So this projectile was found in the mattress that was located on the top of the bed.
Yes.
What are we looking at in 22HHH?
This is back to the master bedroom, and it is a security camera on a nightstand.
22III, we see an evidence marker 17.
That is marking that Adidas bag.
When you first initially walked into the master bedroom, was that Adidas bag sitting on the bed, or was it located elsewhere first?
It was located elsewhere.
Where was it located?
In the master closet.
What was the purpose of taking it down from the master closet and onto this bed to photograph it?
This was after the detectives had done their search and it had found that it was of evidentiary value. So then I took the photograph of it.
Okay, so 22JJJ. What are we looking at in here? What is this the contents of?
This is the contents of that bag at evidence marker 17.
So the same bag that we see in 22III, are you saying that this is the contents of that same bag in 22JJJ?
Yes.
Now, we're looking at 22LLL, placing it on the Elmo. Oops. It looks like a hand is holding some sort of measuring device. Help us understand, why are there times that you use a measuring device, like a ruler in this case, to show the height of something?
This is showing the height of the damage to show how high it is off the ground.
In this photo, we see an evidence tag to the left that's labeled damage A1. Right above that, we see something poking out of the damage that we've seen before. We've never seen something that thus far out of these photos poking out of the damage. Help the jury understand what's poking out of damage A1.
That is called a trajectory rod.
What's the purpose of using trajectory rods when you are documenting a crime scene?
A trajectory rod is used to show a possible flight of path through 2 areas of damage or more.
So for instance, if you have a crime scene where it looks like you have what some may call a through and through, is a rod helpful in that situation to document the trajectory to show in fact if it was a through and through?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we see damage A1, that there's a rod there. We're looking at, also for the record, would you agree with me that the damage A1 is just about 5 feet 6 inches high?
Yes.
So now we're looking at 22MNM. Oh, I guess it would be helpful to just make sure that 22LLL, this damage A1, what room are we located in?
This is the bathroom on that same wall that shares the child's bedroom above the towel rack.
So on the direct other side of this wall, is that where the bunk beds were located?
Yes.
Now, 22MNM, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the same bathroom that we were just looking at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Now, next to damage A1, again, it looks like we have a ruler. Would you agree with me that damage A1 is about 4 feet 11 and a half or so inches?
Yes.
We're looking at 22NNN. What are we looking at in this photo? We see a ruler to the left of what?
This is showing the height of damage A3 in the shower wall.
Would you agree with me that the damage is right around the 4 foot 10 to 11 marker?
Yes.
We're looking at 22000. The green item that we see depicted in the middle of this photo, is that the trajectory rod that you were discussing with the jury earlier that we saw poking out of damage A1?
Yes, it is.
What's the purpose of documenting with the trajectory rod, specifically in this photo?
So this is showing the connection between the damage that I had marked at the yellow scale markers A.
Does using a trajectory rod in a situation such as this one, where the damage depicted shows it could potentially all be caused by one projectile?
Yes.
Projection speculation.
Overruled.
So in this case, what's depicted in 22000, does damage A1, damage, hold on, I have to, does the damage to the wall, the damage to the shower curtain, and the damage to the shower tile containing the projectile all match up using the trajectory rod.
Yes.
We're looking at 22 PPP. We zoom out. What room are we in here?
This is the bathroom.
And we're looking at a marker entitled damage B2. Would you agree with me that the damage B2 looks like it encompasses 4 feet and between 9 and 10 inches?
Yes.
Just for the record, there's 2 bathrooms.
Yes.
Yes.
You said we're in the bathroom.
Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am. Thank you, Judge. The bathroom that we've been discussing all along with the damage.
Yes.
Is that all the bathroom that's directly next to the children's bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage whatsoever in the bathroom that would be right next to that, adjacent to the master bedroom?
No.
So, all along during your testimony, when we've been discussing a bathroom that has any damage to it, we would be talking to the bathroom where the wall is shared directly with the children's room.
Yes.
Okay. 22 QQQ. Is this photo documenting the difference between the 2 damages on the wall?
Yes.
Damage A1 and damage B2.
Yes, and how far it is from the entryway door.
Okay, and so on the right where this 1 starts, is that where the door would be open?
Yes.
22 RRR, I'm placing on the Elmo. Take us back. What room are we in again?
The children's bedroom.
The photo depicted, we see a mattress and bed railings. Are we looking at the top bunk or are we looking at the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
The damage that we saw, we see damage A and damage B. Are those the damage markers that we've discussed before seeing on the top bunk?
Yes.
Now, we see an item that is sticking out of damage A and an item right next to damage B. It's not going through damage B, but it looks like it's coming from behind the wall. Help us understand what those 2 items are. Let's start with the green one that's coming out of damage A.
That is the trajectory rod that we were discussing earlier.
That green trajectory rod that you said we were discussing earlier, is that the same exact trajectory rod that we saw depicted going through the damage into the children's bathroom, through the shower curtain, and into the tile?
Yes, it is.
That is the same exact rod we were looking at.
Yes.
What about, we see it looks like red or pinkish rod that we're looking at here. It's right next to the damage B marker, but it's not coming out of it. Help us understand that.
So this one is going into the hole in the wall. That would be damage B1.
Where is damage B1 located?
On the wall behind that railing.
Okay, so we're looking at 22 SSS. Is that the same trajectory rod we just were looking at that goes from the children's bedroom into the children's bathroom?
Yes.
And we see a red substance on the right side as well. It looks like 22 TTT refers back to, is this the children's shower that we were talking about, the green trajectory rod?
Yes.
And referring back to 22 SSS, that's the same pole depicted in both. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
22 UUU, what are we looking at here?
This is a bag, and on top of it is a holster, a box of ammunition, and a magazine.
Was that bag located right here when it was photographed?
No, it was not.
Where was it located before it was photographed?
That was in the children's bedroom closet.
So it was brought down from the closet so that you could take the contents out and photograph them?
Yes.
22 VVV are placed on the Elmo. Where is this damage located?
This damage is where the projectile came from of the B2 in the bathroom that shares the wall with the children's bedroom.
We're looking at 22 WWW. What do we see here?
This is the bottom of the drawer that we saw earlier with evidence markers 13 and 14. This is once taking the clothing out, evidence marker 18 was placed.
What room is evidence marker 18 found in?
The master bedroom.
So the drawer that we saw before, is this the same drawer?
Yes.
So help us understand, you didn't see these items before because of why?
There was clothing on top of it.
Once you removed the clothing, you were able to see these, and that's why you placed this evidence marker there?
Yes.
Tell us what exactly is depicted in this photo.
In this photo, there are loose live rounds at the bottom of this drawer.
And again, a live round is what?
A round that has not been fired yet by a gun.
22XXX. Is this just a closer up of evidence marker 18, those live rounds that you're discussing?
Yes, it is.
$22Y. What are we looking at in 22Y?
That is the head stamp of the live rounds that were in that drawer.
It looks, let's see, 22AA. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
This is the Adidas bag that was at evidence marker 17.
Remind us, where was this Adidas bag initially located?
Initially in the master bedroom closet.
After it was taken from the master bedroom closet, where was it placed so that you could photograph it?
On the bed in the master bedroom.
Now, where are these photographs taking place?
These are taken back at the office at the crime scene section.
22BBBB. What are we looking at here?
This is that same bag just opened.
22CCCC. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
These are now the contents I took out of the bag.
So it looks like in this photo, in the top middle, it looks like a computer mouse with some wiring. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then we see to the right of that, we see a zippered pouch right here. And next to that, it looks like another sort of pouch.
Yes.
We see below that, looks like some plastic, or one plastic container of sorts. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
It's a plastic bag?
Yes.
What's to the left of the plastic bag?
That is a magazine.
Magazine. What's to the left of the magazine?
Ammunition box.
What's to the left of that?
Batteries.
Now we're going on what would look like the third row. We see a box of metal objects that have a point to it. What are those?
Those are also an ammunition box.
What's inside of the ammunition box?
Live rounds.
To the right of that, we see what looks like a rectangle of something. What are those?
Live rounds as well.
To the right of that, we see another rectangle. And for the record, the one to the left that she just described was more, what color would you call that, silver?
Yes.
The one to the right, what color would you say those were?
More gold.
And what are those gold things?
Also live rounds.
Now next to those gold live rounds, we see 3 items next to each other. They look similar, but they're different lengths. Tell the jury what they are.
They are magazines.
Magazines for what?
A gun.
We look next to that and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes. What are those?
Those are ammunition boxes.
Later, do you open up those ammunition boxes and photograph the contents inside of those other 7 ammunition boxes?
Yes.
Below that, it looks like a cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
What's to the left of that? It looks like something on its side, I can't tell.
I think that is a magazine as well.
Okay, and to the left of that, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the bottom of the page. What are those?
Casings.
Casings. There's 1 silver item above that. What is that?
Also a casing.
There's 1, what color would you call that? A gold item
gold.
above that? It looks like actually there's 3 of them. What are those?
Also casings.
To the left of that, we see an orange item that is like a U in nature that looks like it has 2 little silver keys on it. What is that?
A lock of some sort.
Above that, what are we looking at right here?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. And to the left of that on the far left bottom corner, it looks like a circle with something coming out of that. What is that?
It's used to hold ammunition, live rounds.
So, let me exit all the way. 22DDDD. Is this a closer up view of the contents of those boxes we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And remind me again, what are those?
Live rounds.
22 E, 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 E. We see that circle item that has something coming out of the top. What are we looking at there?
These are the live rounds that came from that circular device.
So when you photographed the circular device the first time, we didn't see those silver items up top. Did those come from within that
Yes.
circular item?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and Judge, may I have a moment to hand this to my co-counsel to put back in order, please? We have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
May I retrieve scissors, please? And Judge, what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 9, do I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And if you want to step down for me? There's some right there. State's Exhibit 9, the shell casing that you got from the bottom bunk, do you remember when you were discussing that with the jury?
Yes.
If you don't mind standing over here so that they don't see you. If you don't mind removing that, if you look at the label, this is the shell casing that was taken from the bottom bunk, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we saw a picture of that earlier, correct?
Yes.
Don't mind removing that shell casing. And do you mind putting it on Elmo so they can see? So, orient us again. We walk into the children's bedroom. On the bottom bunk, we find this spent shell casing.
Yes.
Okay. Can you put it back in for me? Now, State's Exhibit 10. Should I have permission to publish?
Yes, everything that's submitted you can publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 10 was found on the top bunk, correct?
Yes.
So if you recall, the photos was a blue blanket, and there were 3 shell casings found on the blue blanket, correct?
Yes.
And this is one of them. Can you put it back in? This is 10, sorry. looking at states 11, which was another one found in the top bunk.
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at states 12. Or double bagged, sorry. You can reach in and get it. So this is also from the top bunk.
Yes.
On that blue blanket.
Yes.
States 13. The last one from the top bunk. And when you see me opening all of these envelopes, you'll understand why are they packaged this way.
So the second packaging, the first packaging is the package it and sign it to show that it's our evidence.
And does it have labels on it too, so that they know and can keep track of where everything is and what it is?
Yes.
So states 13 that we're looking at right now, this is the last of the casings that were found at the top bunk on that blue blanket, right?
Yes.
Let me walk this one. Now, the next item that we look at, when you were in the master bedroom, we saw pictures of that silver dresser. We saw a wallet next to one of the evidence markers.
Yes.
Here, you have gloves on. Can you pull it out? Is this the wallet that you took into custody?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it? Oh, sorry. We're way too zoomed in. Okay. That's states 15. You can put that back down. States 17. I'm opening. The bathroom that we were discussing that had all of the damage was only in the children's bathroom. The projectile that was located in the shower tile, did you collect and take that into custody?
Yes, I did.
There's too many envelopes, hold on. Okay. Can you get the tape open or do you need my? There you go. Hold on, I'm just gonna zoom in. Okay. States 18. I'm now opening, I'm gonna orient you back to the shower with damage, children's shower. There was a point on the wall that we saw photos of where the drywall was removed so that you could collect what was inside.
Yes.
It was a projectile that you found inside, correct?
Yes.
I think that was the photo that we looked at where we could see your hand in the photo.
Yes.
Can you open what's inside of stage 18 to show the jury what was found inside of that wall. States 19, we're looking at, you talked about the bottom bunk bed, or the mattress that you moved to the bottom to collect projectile from the mattress. Was that item seized and collected?
Yes.
That on the Elmo for me so that the jurors can see what came from that mattress. I just zoomed in for the record. I'll take that back. Thank you. The only other thing I want to clarify, the wallet. Can you take the package out? Sorry. Sure. Can you open up the wallet and take out the ID from the wallet so that the jurors can see whose ID was contained within the wallet? For the record, the witness pulled out a Florida driver's license. I'm zooming in on it. It says Jermaine Bass Jr., and it's showing the defendant's photograph. That's from the wallet that was found next to the firearm in the silver drawer, correct?
Correct.
I think I need you to stay right here for the next item. I may just have a moment, Judge. Do we have... Can we approach just briefly, Judge?
Sure.
Okay. The last thing we talked about was the drawer where in the silver dresser, master bedroom, you find the wallet, you also find the firearm. Did you collect the firearm?
Yeah.
This has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 16. I have permission to publish. Can you help me open? So the firearm that you found in that silver drawer, we saw an evidence marker in the photo next to it. Is this the firearm that you collected from the Heritage Grove townhome that day?
Yes.
Pardon? The box is open? Was it made safe already? Yes. All right.
Can you decide? How, explain to the jury how is this made safe during...
With the zip tie.
Place it on the table for me. So now that State 16 is on the Elmo, we see a zip tie on the top that goes through, it looks like where a projectile would come out.
Correct.
Does that help make it safe?
Yes.
What about the bottom one? What is that helping to do? The bottom zip tie?
That is zip tying the trigger area, and it attaches the firearm tag.
There is another item inside. Can you pull it out so the jury can see, please? So the firearm has been placed on the elbow. Now we're placing what looks like, tell the jury what is the item you just placed on the elbow.
A magazine.
Can you hold it up so that they can see how many bullets can be put inside of it? Here, you can do it.
Oh.
So you just placed the magazine on its side, and we see that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes on it. Okay, we can put it back in the box. Thank you. You can take your seat.
Thank you.
You're right. Do you have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
And Judge, if I may just have a minute, I need to put gloves on as well for this item. I'm gonna need you to step back.
Oh.
So I want to direct your attention to the top bunk of the children's bed. You showed us in photos, and then you showed us the 3 casings that were found on the children's top bunk. Just now, we saw that they were marked with evidence marker 8, 9, and 10. We just saw them on the elbow. We discussed how they were on top of a blue blanket. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So this is what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 14. We're going to go ahead and open this item. The blue blanket that we've been discussing and that we saw photographed with the shell casings and the evidence markers on top of it, was that item taken into evidence and preserved?
Yes.
One item in here. For the record, I opened an item contained within State's, I think, 17 evidence marker. I'm holding a pillow that has red substance on it. Is this the pillow that was located on the top bunk?
Yes.
Where the rest of the evidence markers and items were located?
Yes.
There's another item located within this exhibit that I'm going to pull out. Judge, do you mind if I use that tabletop to help place this on while I open it?
Well,
Is it
whatever
desk
the
right
bailiff
there?
wants, whatever the bailiff wants you to do.
Thank you. that were located on the top bunk of the bed?
Yes.
Where those evidence markers and shell casings were located?
Yes.
Looks like it's a Batman
Yes.
blanket. There's one more item from the evidence. Is this the other blanket that was located on the top bunk where you located the shell casings with those markers that we saw in the photos?
Yes.
And that you showed on the elbow?
Yes.
Looks like it's a Star Wars blanket with the red substance. You have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, if I may just have a moment, you can take your seat to just repackage. Thank you. Judge, if you don't mind, my co-counsel is going to help me repackage. I just have a couple of other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna come around this way. Since 28 they've already been put into evidence.
What number?
It states 28A through E.
All right.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 28A. The damage and the red substance we're looking at in this photograph, where is this from?
This is the child's bedroom on the wall that the bunk bed was on.
So at some point, it looks like in this photo, the bunk bed has been removed out of the bed. Was that for this photo?
Yes.
So the bunk bed has been moved so that you could see the wall better?
Yes.
In one of the photos we were looking at earlier, we were discussing the trajectory rods. You talked about the trajectory rod that we said was like red or pinkish in color. Is this the one that we were referring to that you and I were discussing before?
Yes.
Now, the damage that was done to the railing that was up against the wall, is that coordinating with this damage B1 or is this separate?
It is separate. At the time, I thought it was coordinated, but it is separate.
Okay, so, and is the point of the measurements of the wall, help us understand, we've seen other things before, but why place these measurements here for these three items?
So this is a method that we call T-scaling. We basically go across from the entrance of that bedroom across and then down. It just gives you a height of all three of these areas. It shows you the damage, how high it is, and how far across it is, as well as that red substance.
I'm looking at 28B, I'm placing it on the Elmo. We see the scale here for damage A. Tell me how far off the ground damage A is.
This is about 5 feet 6.5 inches.
We're looking at 28C, I just placed on the Elmo. Help us understand the purpose of the measurement of this photo.
This is showing the height of the top of the bunk bed from the ground up.
How tall is the top portion?
About 5 feet 5 inches.
I'm placing 28D on the Elmo. What are we looking at here in this photo?
This is the wall that the bunk bed was originally on. However, now the bunk bed has been moved away from the wall, and now you can see those T-scale scales on the wall.
We're looking at 28E. Is this just a closer up of the measurement we did earlier for the height of the bunk bed?
Yes.
And then just a moment to hand this to the clerk, please. Do I just have a moment to confer?
Yes.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I need to return scissors.
Press?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Miss Bader?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. You're a crime scene technician at the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
You're doing that for quite a few years, correct?
Correct.
And you're not sworn law enforcement, but you are a civilian employee?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is pretty much your involvement in this case going to be limited to a lot of the things that you've discussed with Miss Reeder?
Yes.
Right. So you basically were the main processor in the home, downstairs, staircase, and upstairs as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody assist you at the time that you were doing all your work?
My partner, CSI Daniel Janicek.
She did a Pharaoh, right?
Yes.
And she did the diagram?
Yes.
Okay. And that's typical for you guys to divide up the work. You'll label, process everything, and she Pharaoh and diagram. That's typical.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've indicated that GSM is a red substance scale marker.
Yes.
Right. And then PM is a photo marker, just a photo marker. Is that item collected?
Yes.
It is, okay. And then YSM is a yellow scale marker. Is that just damage or is it an item collected as well?
Damage.
Just damage, okay. All right. First off, let's talk about phones. My understanding that there were 2 phones that you collected in this case, is that correct?
There were 3 or 4.
Oh, okay. So we have a blue iPhone that was found where?
The blue iPhone was on the couch downstairs.
Okay. And do you know whose phone that is?
No, I do not.
Okay. There was a red phone, looked like it was in a charger inside the children's room, correct?
Yes.
All right, so what are these other 2 phones?
There was the one that was evidence marker 15 that was in the backpack in the master bedroom. And then the Adidas bag, there was also a cell phone.
Okay, so there's 2 phones that are found in bags in the master bedroom. Do we know if those were even working, anything like that?
I do not know.
Okay. What, if anything, are you going to do with the blue iPhone that was on the couch?
Collect it, put it into evidence.
Okay. All right, any other processing would be done, downloading, things like that, by other people?
Correct.
All right. And did you ever do anything with a phone identified as belonging to Shirley Bass?
I do not know.
The phones you have mentioned, the one blue iPhone on the couch and the red phone upstairs in the kids' room. We have the 2 that are in either an Adidas bag or a backpack in the master bedroom in the closet. Is that the extent of any phones in this case?
Yes.
All right. All right, I want to go downstairs real quick. You have a green scale marker, A and B. A was a red substance on the living room floor, correct?
Yes.
All right. And green scale marker B was on the living room couch.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Bass was sitting on that couch with his son?
No.
Okay. Basically, you're not that privy, nor are you told a lot of facts. You're there to document the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go upstairs?
Yes.
You do. All right. Now, you had marked a lot going up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And coming down as well?
Yes.
You saw anything else? Okay. If you are coming down that staircase, would you go near the area to get on the couch where you found green scale marker A on the floor? Here, let's put, all right, let us put states 22A. There we go. All right, so this is our green scale marker here?
Yes.
All right, and that is going to be green scale marker A, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we have, this is the couch we have been talking about, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Reeder showed you some chairs before. Those chairs are further down, separated from the main couch, closer to the glass slider. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you have, here again is my question, State's Exhibit, we just cited green scale marker A. The staircase, best way to do this. Now I'm going to take my pen. Staircase is going to be this way.
No.
Okay, where's the staircase?
The other way, kind of in front of that pink Jeep.
What is it?
The pink Jeep all the way in the back.
The pink Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. So the staircase is this way.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So this substance that you saw down here in green scale marker A, it was near this couch that I am pointing to, which is the large couch with the evidence marker 1 on it.
Yes.
Okay. And when we say red substance A states 22B, just for the record, that's what we're speaking of, correct?
Yes, correct.
What, if any processing did you do on red substance A besides take a photograph and measure?
I collected a swab from it.
Right. Are you the one to determine what swabs would need to be sent off?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, is there anything you could have done to preserve possibly a shoe print or a footprint?
Possibly.
Did anybody ask you to do such?
No.
All right, I want to talk about swabs that you took in the kids' room. From what everything that you testified to, it seems that on the top bunk itself, correct me if I'm wrong, the only real swab on the mattress itself would have been green scale marker O. Is that fair?
On the mattress itself?
On the mattress.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get to that. While I'm going up the stairs, 22H states exhibit, yellow evidence marker 3. Is this the gauze that you're speaking of?
Yes.
All right. Do we know the significance at all of this gauze?
I do not.
And there was also a clip that was on the couch downstairs?
Yes.
Like a clip you would have like a bandage on and you would clip it?
Yes.
Do you know why that was bothered to be collected?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Is somebody directing you what evidence to collect?
Yes.
All right. All right, so let's go back. If I put these out of order, you guys okay? All right, thank you. I'm trying not to, but. Let's look at this one. This is State's Exhibit 22R. Okay. All right. And this, ooh, can't see it in that one. Hang on. Let's use this one. 22S. All right. Our green scale marker O is going to be, and I'm pointing to the green scale marker, the sole green scale marker that's on the mattress.
Yes.
Got it. What are you actually documenting there? Are you documenting this stain, this stain, this stain? Is there a stain somewhere here I can't see? What stain are you documenting?
It's the pooling of blood above the green scale marker O.
Gotcha. So this area here?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I am pointing between the green scale marker O and the pillow. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Trying to stay in the same topics. All right. States 22Q. There are 3 red substances you're going to mark, and that is going to be L, M, and N. That is going to be on the ledge, and the ladder that is near the more eastern end of the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, there were some other blood stains, like, for example, we can see one that is to, let's say, the part that's right above the staircase, if that's fair. We see a little drip there. Granted, there's going to be maybe some other spots, but these are the ones that got marked. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. When you got there, Miss Bader, in the same exhibit that's up, this comforter, am I looking here, and I'm pointing to the right item, is this the Mandalorian comforter?
Yes.
Star Wars?
Yes.
I wouldn't know that. And then you have like a softer, smaller one, that's going to be Batman.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm just pointing to the one that's over to the left. Okay.
Yeah.
What processing at all are you going to do of the Batman blanket?
The Batman, I just documented any holes that I observed.
Okay. All right. No holes?
There was holes in it, but...
Do you think it was holes potentially from projectile that you had to be concerned
I
with?
couldn't say that for certain.
Okay. And the Mandalorian comforter?
Same thing. I documented the holes that I observed, and I took a swab of red substance.
Okay. And we're going to talk a little bit later, because I do understand you do some additional work in this case involving that Mandalorian comforter?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to that since it's later in time. We'll keep that picture here. All right, and then you marked Q and R, which were the two things that were inside the wall near the bottom bunk.
Yes.
Okay. Near where we saw the teddy bear.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of L, M, and N, and then we have, let me go back for 1 minute. We had on the wall P, and here it is, States Exhibit 22R. I am pointing to P. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So besides L, M, and N on the ladder area and the ledge near the ladder, O, the one area on the mattress that you told us is the area between the green scale marker and the pillow. We have P, which is the wall we just looked at, and Q and R are the ones below.
Yes.
Is that the extent of the green scale markers you did inside this bedroom?
No.
Okay. What other ones did you do?
There's the one on the floor. There's the two in the doorway, and then one on the pillow.
Okay.
Which is the pillow that was on the ground.
Oh, the pillow on the ground, right? I think we looked at that earlier.
Yes.
The little spot. Okay. All right. In terms of anything else on that mattress, more towards the east end, let me see if I can find... Did you collect, let me strike back since I have this, 22II? That is a pink blanket on the bottom bunk.
Yes.
Okay. Near evidence marker 5, which is going to be a casing, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Was this blanket collected?
It was not.
Did you do any processing on the pink blanket that's on the bottom bunk?
No.
22KK, is this the Mandalorian comforter that we are looking at in this state's exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now 8, 9, and 10, that's going to be 3 of the casings, correct?
Yes, correct.
And on top of the bed, we also have 6. So we have 4 casings on top.
Yes.
Which are going to be 6, 8, 9, and 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Then we have the one on the bottom bunk, which is 5.
Yes.
All right. And what brands were these 5 casings?
There was Norma and Hornaday.
Norma and Hornaday. Okay. Those are 2 different types of manufacturers?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to point now the best I can in the same state's exhibit. We have, for example, let's say I am in the northern part of the mattress. I am to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, and I'm pointing to some red spots on the bed. Was this swabbed at all?
No.
Okay. I am pointing over to some what appears to be red substance on the wall, which will be the east wall. Is that correct, Ms. Bader?
Yes.
And it's also going to be then, for the picture, to the right of the Mandalorian comforter.
Correct.
Did you swab that?
I did not.
I see some blood behind evidence markers 9 and 10 on the wall. Did you swab that blood?
I did not.
And do you know how this comforter came to be in this position as we see it when you documented it?
I do not.
When you were looking at that Mandalorian comforter, we just looked at some areas of blood that were not swabbed. Aren't there a couple of other areas on the mattress of some blood around the comforter, like where it's folded, it'll lay this way and there'll be a little spot, that there was some additional blood?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't swabbed either?
No.
And for the record, that's all going to be on the east end of the bunk bed, the other side from the pillow?
Correct.
All right. All right. Let's talk. Let's talk about the items in the children's room. A standard procedure to take a picture of the casing.
Yes.
You're then going to take a close-up of it and all that, correct?
Yes, correct.
While I'm looking for that, I see another photo I'd like to ask you about, 22NN. We were just talking about some areas that were not swabbed. I see over here as well on the right side of the wall. Was that swabbed?
No.
And it looks like we can see a little bit clearer what's between 9 and 10 on the back of the wall above 9 and 10. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's saying that was not swabbed, correct?
Correct.
22RR. And of course, all these photos are taken right by you, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's an area here where we have the comforter under yellow evidence marker 11. I see some areas of blood here. The best I can describe is it's almost like I described earlier, in almost an area of a U shape where the comforter is going around it, semicircular. Do you see this area I'm speaking of?
Yes.
And it is near the back of the bunk bed, near the wall, near the frame. Was any of that swabbed?
No.
Okay. We can see some of the other red substance I was speaking of down on the lower right portion as well. This red substance here, was that swabbed to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Same photograph over here on the back ledge of the bunk bed, which is gray up against the wall. We have an area right here. I am circling that. It is on the top ledge, just above, say, the right side of the comforter. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Did you swab that to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Over, say, an exhibit more towards the left of the comforter or more west, we have an area here I am circling. Was that swabbed?
No.
We're on the same exhibit as well. We're getting up more towards the west end over by where the pillow's going to be. And we have this area here. That's going to be below your damage B and your marker A. Is that correct?
Yes.
Close, close in that area. All of this blood here, do you know whose blood that is?
No.
Did you swab that?
No.
Okay. There's also some other areas that I see. I am pointing to below that amount of substance. Still again to the west and to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, pointing it out for the jury. Was that swabbed?
No.
Okay. (22EEE). Is this the mattress in which was cut open to get the projectile out of it?
Yes.
22DD. Is that the mattress as you are taking the layers off to expose the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have previously testified, have you not? And documented in your report something different than you testified here today. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out that you had made a mistake?
I misspoke when I was writing mine because we did bring it down to the bottom bunk, so I misspoke to say what mattress that was.
No worries. So when we are looking at the two exhibits, which is 22 EEE and DDD, is the same mattress.
Yes.
This is the mattress that was on the top bunk.
Correct.
That you got the projectile out of.
Correct.
Right. So when you testified under oath in your deposition and you wrote all throughout your report and property sheets that it was the projectile from the bottom bunk mattress, that was an error.
Correct. It was a misspokenness.
Okay. All right. Well, not just misspoken, it's in your reports too, right?
Right, but I'm saying the mattress that was on the bottom bunk that we brought down to the bottom bunk, but this was originally the top mattress.
Okay. Right. And you documented your property receipts the same way, correct?
Correct.
Projectile from bottom bunk mattress.
Correct.
Another picture here, 22 RRR. Talked about this a little bit ago. Blurry there. There we go. I am pointing to the area of red substance on the west side of the bunk bed in this photograph that is below yellow marker B. We see the rod. We see yellow marker A and green scale marker P. Is that right? All right.
Yes.
This large substance here, was any of that tested to determine what child was in that area?
No.
22 SSS, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but on the eastern side, or to the right of the photograph, this area of red substance, that was swabbed?
No.
Okay. And no swab is done to determine which child's potential blood that may be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I found the photos. Okay. All right, so I want to talk now about what was recovered in the children's closet. Okay. I am going to show you what was marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 1. Ask you if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And you processed and collected some of the items that were in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask to publish.
All right, it'll be received.
Thank you.
I don't have an objection to any of the photos.
Okay. All right. So Defense Exhibit 1, is this the closet in the children's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you located a purse. Give us an idea approximately, because I see a lot of things in the closet. Give me an idea where that purse is in this picture.
You can actually see the bag. It's that.
Okay. That item.
The brown suede.
Okay. Let's say like right under the arm of what looks like a suede or leather jacket.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. Now, did you collect that purse?
The purse, no.
Why?
I was not instructed to do so.
No, but nobody told you to collect it.
Correct.
So, you don't know whose purse that even is.
Correct.
Now, there were some items inside that, however, you did collect.
Correct.
States 22, UUU. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in fact the purse we were just speaking of with some items placed on top of it?
Yes.
And for the record, marked by evidence marker 19.
Yes.
Is that kind of marking everything in that photograph?
Yes.
Right. So tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the holster, there's a magazine, and a box of ammunition.
Okay. Now that ammunition that we see here, just in case you need to refresh yourself, I have zoomed in on the state's exhibit. Please tell the jury what box of ammunition, what caliber you view from that purse.
Norma 380 Auto.
Okay. And go ahead and tell us, Miss Bader, if you don't mind, what are these other two items? One looking a little gold and one black. What are these?
A magazine and a holster.
Okay. Do you know what type of firearm can fit that magazine?
I do not.
What, if any, processing did you do with the box of ammo, the holster, or the magazine?
I did not process that.
The firearm that you collected in this case was a .380, correct?
It was a Glock 42.
Glock 42. It's .380 caliber?
Yes.
Okay. States 22P. This is what we have kind of called the baby's bassinet. This was in the children's room.
Yes.
Not too far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it is evidence, yellow evidence marker 7. What am I looking at here, Miss Bader?
It is a piece of a gun holster clip.
What does it do? What does that do?
I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So you don't know if, like, you cover the gun with it or you cover the
I'm pretty
magazine?
sure it clips off onto a holster, but I'm not a gun expert.
Oh, that's okay. All right. And then we see next to it what looks like a piece of chicken that may have been eaten in some sort of, styrofoam bowl. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What, if any, processing did you do with this clip, would you call it?
Yes.
Clip? What processing did you do with that clip that is found in the baby's bassinet, in a baby bassinet in the kids' room?
I did not process that.
And this is located, states 22C. It says C. That was located not far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier an area of blood on the floor. That's kind of an area in which first responders put Jayla down. Were you aware of that?
I do not know that.
All right. And then you had seen a drop or two on a pillow that was on the ground.
Correct.
Right. Then there was some potentially, like on the door jamb and on the door coming in and out of this bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, do you collect the box of .380 ammo, the magazine, and the holster in evidence marker 19?
Yes.
Okay, but not the purse?
Correct.
Okay. Did you look inside the purse, inside the pockets to determine whose purse it was?
That was not my job.
Understood. Did Detective Hobelman have any involvement with this lady's purse and the items inside of it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, all right. Does he have to handle the ammo or anything like that?
No.
Okay, all right. So you were the one that collected it, well, not the purse, but the items inside, put it into evidence and do no processing on it. That would be you.
Yes.
Under the direction of Detective Hobelman.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so basically in this case, you had projectile, like a hole in the wall, which you marked as A, correct?
Correct.
And that's going to be a yellow scale marker?
Yes.
Okay, so we had yellow scale marker A. That goes through the bathroom wall, which is going to be marked A1.
Yes.
Okay. Then it goes through the shower curtain,
Yes.
which is marked A2. And then A3, it ends up in the shower wall.
Yes.
Okay. Now that projectile was fairly damaged or squished, as we would describe it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the caliber of that projectile as you sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. Now, in terms of B, the marking on the bed frame, there was green scale marker B.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yellow?
Yes.
Okay, here, let me put a picture up. 22RRR. And this is a good one because it's got the rod in it. So, damage B, because here's our A we just talked about, and our damage B. When you originally documented and spoke with us, did you believe that damage B went through and through the bunk bed?
When I originally documented it, yes.
All right. And so did Detective Hogelman, right?
Yes.
If you know. All right. So basically what damage B is, and I use the word nick or damage.
Okay.
It does not extend into the ledge here, and I'm pointing to the ledge above damage B, nor does that specific lineup go into the wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so it's now labeled B, but then you have B1 and B2 that you originally labeled with Detective Hogelman, correct?
Correct.
Right. B1 was believed to be a hole behind the wall, which I see here with the rod.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. So originally you guys thought that B had went through the bunk bed into the hole, which would be B1, and then into the wall in the bathroom, B2.
Correct.
Okay. You then later determined at some point that B is unrelated to B1 and B2.
Yes.
Okay. Same photograph still up. Again, that rod here. Am I presuming then that where that goes into is going to be the hole in the wall, and it'll be now B1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And coming to rest, 22VVV, is this the area in which you were able to recover that projectile?
Yes.
All right, how is the condition of that one, which is B1 and B2?
Good.
Much better than the other one?
Yes.
Okay. Besides the projectile in the mattress and the projectile, the two from the bathroom, any other projectiles anywhere near the children's room or into the bathroom?
No.
Okay. And the children's bathroom, or the side bathroom, not the master, that's going to be on the wall behind the children's bunk bed, right?
Yes. Correct.
Master bedroom. You were talking a lot about items found in the master bedroom. Let's talk about that. First of all, you did not find any blood or any damage in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Now, you collected quite a bit in the master bedroom. Let's go over that. One thing you collected was on top of the dresser in the master bedroom, and that was a live round of a 9mm Luger.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so it's not a .380 caliber.
Correct.
All right. And in fact, you can't shoot a 9mm bullet in a .380, correct?
That's not for me to determine.
All right. We'll check with other people later. All right, next. S&W Mag-R spent casings in the Adidas bag. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. So spent, what does that mean, Miss Bader?
That means the bullet has been fired.
So maybe somebody had went to a gun range and brought the casings home?
It's possible.
I don't know, something like that. All right. S&W Mag-R, are those like rifles? Is that a shotgun? Is it just a larger caliber? What is that?
I do not know.
All right. You collected that?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, that's what we saw where you had a piece of brown paper down and you had all the items from the master bedroom on that.
Yes, correct.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag was 9mm Lugal toll ammo, again, spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag, we had 9mm Luger toll ammo, NFCR spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Then we had 9mm Luger loose live rounds in that same dresser.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like there are no items in the master bedroom that are of .380 caliber, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. The only .380 caliber was the items in the purse in the child's bedroom closet.
As far as I know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you answered. I apologize. I looked away. All right. Did you have any information, or were you aware that Mr. Bass has a permit to carry concealed?
I did not know that.
Okay. Would that involve anything in which you were processing?
No.
Okay. Now, we have 2 adults that live in that house and share that master bedroom. Can you tell us all of these items that are not .380 caliber, that you collected from the master bedroom? Do they belong to Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And do you do any processing of all those items that are found in the master bedroom? Besides the gun?
No.
Okay. Covering stuff. Give me look at my notes. I don't want to have to repeat things I've already asked you. Now, the damage that we talked about a little bit ago in the bathroom, where we have the B1 and B2, and then we have the A1, 2, and 3, you cannot say for sure that is related to this incident, correct?
Correct.
But you have to document what you see, correct?
Correct.
The shower curtain, in which was part of projectile A, I believe it was A2, where it had went through the shower curtain, was there an accompanying hole there?
Yes.
Was it collected?
Yes, the one of the A3 you're talking about? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was the shower curtain collected?
No.
Okay. The magazine clip that we looked earlier, I may have asked you this, let me know. The magazine clip in the baby bassinet, you wasn't quite sure how it was used, correct? It was in the pink bassinet. No swab, no prints done, nothing on that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You did attempt to lift prints off the firearm that you located, the .380 caliber, or Glock 42, inside the drawer of the master bedroom, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you able to lift any prints?
Yes.
Or take photographs?
Photographs, yes.
Okay. Do you know any results?
I do not.
And you do not handle that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now that Glock 42, which is a .380 caliber, you did swab it for potentially DNA.
I did.
Did you note any red substance at all on it anywhere?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what areas of that Glock 42 did you swab?
It would have been the grip and the trigger, the slide and the sights, the barrel, and the magazines.
Okay. Typically to do if you have a firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about now defense. Let's start with this. Defense 2A and B. Okay. Defense 2A. What am I looking at here, Miss Bader?
This is an interior view of the front door.
Okay. And I see some potential red substance on that. What, if anything, did you do with this potential red substance that is on the back of the front door?
I photographed it.
Okay. This area down here, did you potentially note any pattern potentially for fingerprints?
No.
Okay. You didn't note any pattern, or you tried, couldn't get any?
I did not note.
All right. There was, in fact, also some red substance on the door handle itself, correct?
I do not recall that.
All right, we have defense 2B. It's just a close-up photo, more closer photo you also took.
Any objection to their admission?
Oh, she had said no.
All right, they'll be received.
Sorry about that, Judge.
That's all right.
All right, we have some area down here as well that we can see better in defense 2B. Does that appear to be red substance?
It's a discoloration.
Okay. And these are the other 2 areas. Were you able to, you didn't swab these?
No.
Okay, why not?
To me, it was discoloration on the other side of the door.
Okay. Discoloration, but we do not know because you did not take a swab, correct?
Correct.
Defense 2C. What am I looking at here, Miss Bader?
This is the back sliding glass door.
Okay. I am looking at this child's, what appears to be a child's like car toy that's pink, and it says sunshine on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. There's some red substance, I don't know what it is, right here in this area. For the record, I'm taking my pen and I'm just circling a little area of some red here on the child's car. Do you see what I'm speaking of?
I do.
Okay. Was that processed at all?
No, looking closer at it did not determine to be paint.
But you did not swab it, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the sliding glass door, so it's much further down the living room from the couch.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because we had the couch first, and then we had the chair that had the 2 seats.
Yes.
Then we had the child's toy.
Yes.
All right.
All right, C, you'll be admitted.
I don't have anything.
Just checking my notes, Miss Bader. Bear with me. All right. So let's talk about some work that you did in March of 2024. What were you asked to do in March of 2024?
I was asked to examine the Mandalorian blanket as well as the Batman blanket, and I was swabbing a area on the Mandalorian blanket.
Okay. And why were you swabbing an area? What were you swabbing it for?
I was swabbing a red substance that I had done a phenolphthalein test on, which tested positive for the presumption of blood.
Well, you did more than that, didn't you?
I took photographs.
Okay. Didn't you swab or look for possible GSR?
I did.
Okay. So when you have the Mandalorian comforter, how many areas did you test phenolphthalein for potential blood?
In this one, I was requested for the area number 6.
Okay. Area number 6?
Yes.
Right. And who was marking those? Were you marking areas at the scene, or is that done later?
It's done later.
Okay. Do you do it back at headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you had a positive on area 6.
Yes.
All right. Took a swab for DNA.
Yes.
Took photographs.
Yes.
All right. Now, in terms of possible GSR, tell us about the camera that you used and the light source to try to bring out the GSR.
Sure, so I used 2 cameras. One was called a Fuji IR, which only deals with IR, which is how you're able to see possible gunshot residue. And then we have a Crime Light Auto, which is basically a newer version of technology that is also able to have the IR filter, and you could see it through that as well.
Okay. So you took how many swabs? Are you going to take swabs, or are you just going to have these photographs?
Just photographs.
All right. So, do you know the results as to whether there was any GSR on the Mandalorian comforter?
I do not.
Okay. And, Ms. Bader, was it the Mandalorian comforter and the Batman blanket?
Just the Mandalorian.
Okay. And who had you do all this extra work?
That was a request by Detective Clay Hobelman.
Hobelman? Okay. And I know it goes without saying, but what is GSR?
Gunshot residue.
Okay, and that's residue that may be left if a gun is shot or a person's holding a gun or in the area of a gun.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Were you asked to do anything else to test for GSR in this case?
No.
You don't do anything with Miss Jermaine Bass herself, correct?
No.
And you don't attend the autopsy?
No.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
When we were talking about the processing on the Mandalorian comforter with the ultraviolet light, what does IR mean? Please tell the jury.
Infrared.
So there was 2 different things you did to try to see if you could visualize the GSR.
Yes, just 2 different cameras.
And you collected a wallet at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect the items inside the wallet?
Yes.
Okay. And inside the wallet, I think you saw a driver's license of Mr. Bass, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in that wallet was his carry concealed permit for firearms. Do you remember that?
I do not recall.
Did you take photographs of everything inside the wallet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Defense counsel was asking you about some of the other live rounds that were found in the master bedroom. And she asked you, you wouldn't be able to determine who they belonged to. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you agreed with her they could have belonged to the wife Shirley or the defendant. Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
Now, along with the opposing counsel kept calling it a women's purse, but the bag that was found in the children's bedroom, do you remember what it looked like? It was leather, and it looked like it had two straps on it, like a backpack?
Yes.
So, would you be able to determine who the owner of that backpack was?
No.
So, you have no idea sitting here today, or when that backpack was found and you photographed, who owned it or who used it often, right?
Correct.
Would you have been able to determine from where it was found or the photographs that you took who brought that backpack into the kid's bedroom and hid it in that closet?
No.
Now, when you take an item like a firearm into evidence and secure it and swab it, help us understand. Do you swab the same areas every time for DNA?
With guns, typically, yes.
Tell the jury exactly where do you typically take swabs from on a firearm?
So with the guns, we take separate swabs. We'll do a grip and trigger swab, slide and sights, the magazine, and then the barrel.
Now, when you're talking about the slide and sights, I feel like grip is probably self-explanatory, the same with trigger. But when you're talking about slide and sights, help us understand what portion of the firearm are you talking about?
So the slide and sights, the slide is the top of the gun that you would pull back, and then the sights are the little dots on top that you use to help line up your shot.
So we have the slide, the sights, the trigger, and the handle. Specifically, what portion of the handle are we talking about here?
The trigger, the grip. Sorry.
Of the
repeat that.
handle. What part of the handle?
Oh, the top part.
Okay. Now, you were shown several photos of the top bunk of the children's bedroom, and your attention was directed to several areas of red substance. Help the jury understand, as a crime scene investigator who has done this hundreds of times, how do you decide what area or what substance to swab and what area or what substance does not need to be swabbed?
So in certain areas, there can be a lot of blood in scenes. It depends. We have had blood. Me specifically, I've had blood stain training that you are able to. I can't state what a specific blood stain is, but I could kind of tell what it is, and based on that, you determine which areas of substances from each area should be taken, not necessarily each blood swab.
When you are being trained on to be a crime scene investigator, it's help us understand, is it like you can take an infinite amount of swabs per crime scene that you attend?
No.
Okay, help us understand, what are the parameters that you're given when you go to a crime scene and you're being instructed and taught during this blood stain instruction of how to swab and where to swab?
So we work with the crime scene detective, and we determine with them what areas of, because they also know more at the time than we do, and we just kind of walk through and determine the areas that are that should be swabbed. Yeah. And then any areas back at crime scene is just kind of like how we process things. Like the gun is typical of taking those areas to swab.
At one point, you were shown a picture of a pink and purple blanket that was located on the bottom bunk of the children's bunk bed. Do you recall that photo?
Yes.
It looks like a little girl's blanket.
Yes.
Did you notice anything specific on that blanket, like shell casings on top of it or red substance on top of it?
Not that I recall.
So did you locate anything of evidentiary value on that blanket on the bottom bunk?
No.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Judge,
All right.
can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
I promise it's only one. This reader described the item that you found in the child's bedroom as a backpack. You, in fact, in your report and throughout your deposition, referred to it as a purse, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
We would ask that she just remain under subpoena.
All right.
Leave.
Everybody good? All right, call your next witness.
Judge, we need a quick access.
Approach the bench for a minute.
Our scene detective is next. And I think
Start back. The lead detective is next. He'll probably be at least an hour for testimony and work another hour, or would you like to go home for the day? Don't worry, I won't ask you this very often, but we're just for timing purposes I didn't want to take a break if you really would prefer just to get an early start anyway. You want to go home early because of the traffic and everything? Or just a break?
You make it all, Judge.
A break would be nice.
Let him go?
Yeah.
All right, then we will. We'll go ahead and break for the evening and get started same time and place tomorrow, 8:45, meet the bailiff so we can start promptly at 9. No coming to any definite fixed opinions on what you've heard thus far. No watching the news media or have any discussions about the case. So have a safe trip home. Enjoy your a semi-early night because it won't happen every day. And then I'll see you back here at 8:45 tomorrow. Have a great night.
All rise.